just talking about how the bottom line is the only skill check we really need is money, and we've
Yeah.
got that on lock.
Yeah. Hey, what
If our rolls go bad, fuck it. Here, just give me what I want.
pay for it. Yeah. Well, yeah. I actually, I think the one concern I had in general about today was it lasting multiple sessions. Was I was like, hopefully we can get this done in one session. And if anything, if there's two of you, things will either go so horribly wrong that we'll have a whole new thing to deal with next time, or you'll be able to kind of come to a decision much more quickly because there's fewer voices to chime in. But yeah, so who remembers? Yeah, what happened last time? We talked about it a little bit. You guys were doing a job. What job were you doing? Or do you even remember? Do you even remember where you are? Let's go to the map. The map.
Oh, we were on Station 3.
Mm-hmm.
We were trying to figure out. Oh, this is where it gets fun. Yeah, we were trying to figure out what happened to a what was it, a hauler, or was it a it
Yeah,
wasn't a yeah,
it was
Yeah.
or carrier. Yeah.
an ore carrier, and the crew, and why they disappeared, and also if we could find out the identity of Omega.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Which is what you didn't do.
Yes.
Yeah.
We successfully recovered the ore carrier, but lost not who was Omega.
Yeah.
Did we successfully retrieve the ore carrier? I thought they got into a fight and exploded.
They did.
They
They
did.
did.
You're
Yeah,
right. You're
Yeah.
right.
They
We
did.
did.
because the only
That was
thing
one
we
of the other
got was
reasons we didn't pay you. Yeah.
the bonus forward, and that is the only thing we got because we didn't reveal the identity of Omega. We didn't get
Mm-hmm.
the ore carrier back. All we know is who were the ones that did it, essentially.
Actually, I'm glad you
And
remember that. Let's check off
he
one thing.
was not happy
No.
with
Does
us.
anybody remember who he is?
He is in the chat, and it is uh
Where is
who do not Doctor Day, wrong one. Uh,
No. Gosh, yeah. Only I had a. There
um,
you go. Ring Electricon.
yeah, Ringler Chacon.
If only. Yeah, man. Do I have any like? Yeah. Yeah. He's the president of. Is he president? President of
President of
Marketing World.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He was displeased at with you would term your failure to meet the terms of your employment contract, and yeah, so he didn't pay you. Does anybody else? Do you guys? Do anybody else? Do either of you remember what happened at the very end of the session? There were sort of two things that kind of happened as an aside as you guys were going in to meet with him and leaving to meet with him.
Uh, the there was somebody sitting out in the hallway,
Mm-hmm.
and then there was the Aslan who keeps getting yelled at. The only interactions we've had with him is him walking away after getting
Getting
yelled
yelled at.
at by Ringler Chacon.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Oh, who was the person sitting out there though? Like,
She's like the union rep. She's like the one that
Mm-hmm.
keeps pushing
yeah,
for a
that's right.
union.
Yep.
It's Narayan. Oh my. Bortai Narayan.
Hariyama.
Narayan. Well, there's an N. There's Narayan. Damn. Narayanam. Narayanam. Here we go.
Nanu Nanu.
Nanu Nanu Nanu. Yeah. Bortai. She's trying to get a union founded. I think you guys briefly heard about her in the earlier
Mm-hmm.
sessions, and then let's see what did it say. Formerly a miner, has become the spokeswoman and chief organizer of a labor movement which is seeking to unionize Landmark's employees and promote better working conditions. Bortai has spoken out against sabotages by Landmark employees, urging them to fight the company through legal means. She and her union have been a thorn in Urshkon's side for months now.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
I feel bad for that Aslan guy.
Yeah. Eukil, the like security consultant.
Bless you.
Thank you. And you guys just had left his office, and yeah, I guess we can kind of pick up there. That's already everything. Like, Doom's 428, 426, 372, 420.
Blaze it.
428. And SFNG 428. Yeah, 428. His ship is also impounded. That was one of the other big things. His ship is impounded on the main station.
And that's the whole reason that we did the investigation, was to try and get the ship unimpounded.
Yeah. And you guys have just missed their most recent in season. Oh my god.
I know what you're talking about. The
inter system liner system. Yeah, intra.
Intra would be internal. Inter would be external.
So it's the intra system liner because it goes like between all the various stations. It comes once a week, and you guys, it just came the day before, so you guys have like another 6 days before you can get back to the main station where the ship is. And yeah, I mean, I guess why don't we pick up with the four of you probably getting a drink and some food after, you know, a hard couple days work of investigating. And yeah, you're just sitting around a table, and you can hear Jinx's stomach begin to audibly over the like low, deep bass line of the music. Almost to it. And she excuses herself. Because dogs and chocolate don't mix. She's elevated. She's sentient, so she it processes more slowly. But after months and months of hot chocolate, it's finally catching up to her. And yeah, they're just hanging out in the lounge. See.
We're stuck here for another week. What do we do? Just kick back and relax?
I mean, there is a casino. Not that money's really an issue.
No, but it could be if we go to the casino.
I mean, not saying we lose everything. Maybe like a couple hundred credits.
Oh, well, seeing our resident gambler just left.
Yeah, she didn't look too good.
No.
Hmm.
We'll leave her be. That stomach did not sound right at all.
Does the good doctor need to check on her?
She's got my number. She knows where I'm at. I'll leave her be otherwise.
So what do you suggest we do for this week?
I don't know. What is there to do on this little chunk of place other than the casino?
Hey, 428, what's there to do?
What is there to do? 428, we'll let you know. Let's go back to the station map. That not a whole lot. I mean, everything is sort of centered around the miners coming back on, I think it's like, is it a full week or 2 week? I think it's like 2 week shore leaves. So they come in, they sort of hang out in the lounge, they can go to the casino, some of them will catch a liner to a different station, but really that's sort of it. Just hang out, drink, and gamble. It's like like any small mining town. Although a lot of small mining towns are dry, aren't they? But it's in a dry station. So sort of that sort of stuff. Nothing too exciting,
So they spend all their company money on company sins.
basically. And technically, the station is run by the government of like the next biggest planet, a system over. But yeah, I mean, in the government sense, so it gives a percentage to the company. But basically,
Well, I mean, if there's nothing to do, I'm not against hitting up the casino. I just, like I said, we need to keep our credits to a limit. Just because we
Yeah,
got it doesn't mean we should throw it out there.
I mean, I'm also not that good of a gambler, so I'm completely unskilled.
Well, I guess you only get skilled by doing, right?
Yeah, maybe I'll have Jinx show me the ropes at some point in the future.
let's see. Yeah, so you guys want to head over to the casino?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. As you are heading over there, you once again you see Ursha Khan kind of walking. He's kind of leaving the lounge at the same time you guys are. He was there getting a drink with his bodyguard and probably his assistant Martin. And as they're leaving, you can see a guy kind of pushing through the small crowd that's there and going straight for Urshikan. And as you guys catch it, so does Urshikan's bodyguard. And he steps in front of him and like holds the guy back. And the guy is just like thrashing, trying to get at Urshikan. He's like, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you if you ever put your hands on her again! You cold-blooded Kithrak!" And as he's like yelling at Urshikan just sort of like turns and keeps walking off with his assistant as the bodyguard begins to like drag the guy away. Um, and station security sort of like steps in like they're going to do something, but they see that the bodyguard has it handled, and the guy's kind of dragged off back into to some of the behind step at Disneyland sort of doors.
What was that all about?
I mean, he said, if you ever touch her again, I guess all about rich man privileges.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Let's see. What is your you guys get to the casino? What's your game of choice?
Um, I think I'd hit up blackjack because I'm not particularly skilled at gambling, but its rules are simple enough. I kind of know them.
Same here.
All right.
I probably
We
wouldn't
guess
wander. I probably wouldn't wander too far, because
yeah.
I'm completely unskilled at gambling.
Will you guys give me a oh shoot, I need a dice tray. Oh, you give me a gambler check with int.
With int, so I would technically have a -2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 11 minus 2.
Oh,
Nice.
hell.
9.
I got a 10.
Ooh.
Nice!
So we both did nice.
Yeah!
Okay. Oh shoot, I need some dice, and then I'll give you guys your winnings. I'll be right back.
That's a good way to start.
Yeah, no kidding. I expected us both to fail that spectacularly.
So was I. I have a -3 in it.
That's same here. Luckily, we both have pluses on int, so
Yes.
we make up for it a little bit.
Uh-huh. Oh, we should also know how much it is to the buy-in and all that other stuff.
Yeah, we were saying we were holding it close, so we probably would have went to a lower limit table.
A penny's table.
Penny blackjack. Uh, my wife is trying to give my dog medications, but because he's just so picky, she has like medications shoved into little like beef sticks, and she's throwing them at him so he can catch them. But she's like throwing them directly at his face, so it just goes as far down his throat as it possibly can before he notices what's going on. So it's walking in the kitchen, and she's just throwing treats. Sorry. Okay, so you guys are gambling for 6 hours. This trek takes you 1d6, takes you 6 hours. And let's see. Lexian first, you rolled a 10, no, a 9.
Yeah, I rolled a 9.
All right, so you come ahead 400 credits richer.
Woohoo!
Yeah, and then Jeno, you rolled an 11.
10.
10. Okay. Ooh, you come out 1,000 credits richer.
Nice.
High roller.
Yeah. After 6 hours, 6 hours of gambling.
Well, I mean, hey,
Uh,
we're at a penny blackjack table, so I mean,
yeah,
it's
it takes a long
pretty
time.
good.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah,
win is a win.
exactly. So 6 hours later, you know, the night is well and truly kind of come and gone. Well, yeah. We'll say maybe it's midnight, so the night's still there. There's more times you guys want to gamble more, or you can head to bed, or you can do whatever you want. So the station's your oyster.
We got anything else we want to hit up, or
I
we
mean,
just go hit the stack?
I think we go hit the sack.
I'm good with that.
All right. You guys head to bed. Your rooms are still having, Aguilar being a friend of 428. She's comping your room still until the next liner gets there. At which point, if you guys were to stay for whatever reason, decided to stay longer, you'd have to pay for your rooms. But for the next 5 days now, you will be you'd be comped.
Okay.
And so then going at how were your rooms set up? Does anyone remember? Did you guys had like a shared common area and 4 rooms off of it? Is that right?
I think that's right. Yeah.
It's usually kind of how it
For
goes.
some reason, I'm remembering that we put the captains together, and that was a mistake.
That was on the main station, I think.
Oh, that was on the main station. Okay.
It was either
Yeah.
on the main station or was it on the ship over? No, it was on the main station. Yeah.
Okay. That I was gonna say
Yeah,
that's what I remember of our living situations right now, and so it's
yeah,
like.
I do remember that though. Yeah. Mm. And let's see. You guys are woken up pretty early. Like you went to bed about midnight. Your doorbell rings 5:30, and it rings. You're kind of what the fuck is that? And then like 15 seconds later rings again, and like every 30 or so seconds until someone answers it, it just keeps ringing.
Oh, well, Alex is handcuffed to the bed,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
so I guess I'll go answer the door.
Okay. And it is Marja Aguilar, and she is kind of like pale and has like a very very serious look on her face, and she just looks at you. She's like, "I need you to gather the rest of your crew and come with me as quickly as you can."
All right. One of us kind of down sick. Is this necessary? Everybody is there.
Yes, I think it would be for the best.
Okay. Um, You want to get a 428? I'll go get Jinx. Make sure she's doing okay. Might give her some medicine to slow things down a bit for a while.
All right. Did you unlock me? Uncuff me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Here you go.
I'll go get 428.
All right. So yeah, you go get 428. Go get Jinx. Jinx grabs like one of the metal trash bins that are nearby, and takes it with her to vomit, not to use as a makeshift toilet. And you guys all head up to Aguilar's office. As you do, you kind of notice that there are two station security guards, kind of keeping a friendly-ish distance, but clearly following the all of you.
Did something happen?
Yes. We'll
Okay.
yeah. And she gets you to her office. As you all sit down, Jinx is like on the couch in the background, just every now and then. Yeah. And she looks at the two of you, but I guess looks at everybody because Jinx left early. But where did you where did the three of you go after you left the casino last night?
Straight to the
Straight back
rooms.
to straight to the room.
Together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, yeah.
Well,
That's kind of what I thought.
what's going on? Are we being accused of something?
No, no, no. No, of course not. Well, Urshkan, he's been murdered.
M- Murdered?
Murdered. Dun dun dun. And then the credits roll for the introduction of the episode. It's like murdered, 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 murdered. And then the episode title: Murder on Schlesian Station 3. And yeah, credits roll comes back to murdered. I know that he refused to pay you guys, and I mean reports. Martin said that you guys seemed to be upset, but take it well enough. And I know 428. That's just not really his. I know 428. He wouldn't do something like that. So I needed to bring
Yeah,
you guys
dude.
in because yeah.
Yeah, dude was a dick, but not I'm gonna shiv dude in the back dick.
We might have been
Yeah.
pirates, but we tried to be as civil as possible about everything.
You were what?
What?
Huh? You
Huh?
said you were
Huh?
pirates?
Yeah,
In a former
privateer.
life.
Oh, shit. Right. Let's keep that between us then.
We we were under
Okay.
royal decree. It's privateers. It's different.
Hmm. Privateers. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, I've placed a call out to Wainwright to get some of the Port Authority police out here, but it's going to take them 3 days before they can get here. And when they do, I mean, it's only going to be another 2 days before the intra-system liner leaves and any potential suspects go along with it. Of course, I can hold the traffic up for a week, um, and I'll do that if that's what's necessary. And but to do anything more would require the police inspector at Wainwright to do something and to issue a special order, and he's not going to do that. It just wouldn't. It would negatively impact his career. And I wanted to warn you guys because he has a pretty ill view of travelers, and even though I know you guys, yeah, I believe you when you say you didn't have anything to do with it. Um, I don't think it's going to take a whole lot of evidence for him to, or a whole lot of conjecture for him to accuse you of such. If you could kind of look into this and see if you can get some answers before he gets here, that would be awesome. And I could pull some strings I have back home and maybe sort your ship situation out as well permanently. Because I don't know if you guys talked about it or not, but part of the reason that 428 ship was impounded is because it's blacklisted in several systems from a previous owner. Um,
Yes.
it's not necessarily something that's easily cleared. I could get your ship situation sorted out and yeah, permanently across the islands.
I mean, if we're gonna have an eye on us, I don't know. I mean, obviously, if we figured out something that absolutely absolved us, then great. But otherwise, doesn't it look like we're just poking around where we don't belong?
I'll I'll vouch for you, and I'm hoping that you can come up with enough evidence by the time he gets here. Otherwise, yes, you're probably not wrong. It would make you look slightly more guilty.
Well, if you're gonna vouch for us, let's do this thing right. Um, all right. So what do we know? We know he was murdered, so obviously a body was recovered.
It's still in. We just his assistant just reported it to station security about 30-45 minutes ago, and it's still there. We didn't want to touch anything until station security. Obviously, they're contracted by Landmark, so they can't be expected to investigate this without some sort of bias, as he was the president of the company. So they haven't been able to, besides checking to make sure he was in fact dead. Station and security staff have been kept out of the his office.
How long until they get there?
They won't be. It's we can have the medical officer bring the body to the medical facilities, but as far as the crime scene, it's going to be go untouched until Inspector Dragovich gets here.
And is that just on the record untouched or untouched as in untouchable?
Uh, on the record.
Okay, just distinctions and all.
Yeah.
Um,
All right.
would you be opposed to me examining the body?
No, I mean, like I said, I think anything you guys can do, I trust you to look into this and take the appropriate care. But you can, as before, my staff will work with you as much as they can. Station staff will work with you as much as they can. But yeah, just find something
Okay,
solid,
well,
please.
let's start with the body. Um, obviously, the if the crime scene is being watched and is being untouched, nothing's going to change there. Um, but every minute the body waits, we could be losing information. So if you can direct us where we need to be, um, I will get to looking at that and see what we can figure out there. And after that, we'll go check out his place, and we'll be slow and calm, and thorough and clean about it as we do it, so that it looks untouched when we leave.
Very well. Your the office you were using before, I'll still have that open for you. That's yours to use as you need.
All right, appreciate it.
As well as any of the labs or the medical facilities. Thank you. And she shakes off your hands. She goes to shake Jinx's hand, and Jinx just waves her off. And I think 428 taking some pity on Jinx asks if you guys can maybe look into this, and he'll look after Jinx for the time being. If you need him, let him know. But he's gonna go look after Jinx.
Sounds like a
All right.
plan.
Yeah. And as you're leaving, uh, Aguilar kind of chimes in one last time. She's like, "Oh, and again, any suspects or individuals you guys question or talk to, are to be treated with consideration for their rights, of course, as they are guaranteed by New Byron Civil Code. So again,
Of course,
yes,
all are innocent until proven guilty. So
exactly. All right. So you guys are heading where first?
to check out the body at the
Okay.
med lab or wherever they're holding it.
It's still in
In his
situ
room?
right now. Yeah, it is still in his office. He has
Okay.
so they'll take you down there. There are 2 station security guards standing like out front of his suite, but nobody inside. You go into. Do I have a map of his? I don't think I. Oh, I do. Shoot. Okay. Give me 1 sec. I just want to double check, make sure there's not anything revealing on this map before I give it to you. Oops, nope, it's not that. It's S. There's not. Martin Lukergick, his assistant, is also waiting outside, and he, if there's any information you need, let me know, please. I'll do whatever I can to help.
Sounds good. We might touch base with you after we get done looking around in here.
Very well.
And before we step through, I'll hand Lexian a pair of latex gloves. I know you won't be the one dealing with the body, but we don't want to go incriminating ourselves in here if they're already going to be looking at us.
Absolutely.
So,
Do I only need to put on 1 glove?
no, well,
Because I have a
it's a good
metal left
question.
arm.
Yeah, do you think that arm?
Does it
I mean,
leave
you don't want to get any, like,
fingerprints?
transfer. It probably just probably. I don't know. I feel like it might. I feel like there might be some sort of like the important identifiers on it, right? For legal reasons.
Okay. So
It doesn't leave
yeah.
fingerprints. It leaves a QR code. Like all your fingertips have little QR
Okay.
codes. Um,
We'll go with that.
circular QR codes, of course, but yes. Let's see. Here we are. Forgot that, but
So I already have a list of suspects of
okay.
just people that I think. Number 1 is obviously the yelly dude, the guy who yelled at him
Hmm.
last night as we were headed out of the. That was out of the lounge, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Second would be the Aslan, because I mean, our only interactions with him, he was yelled at both times. Then
Plus, he's head of security, right?
he he is head of
He,
security,
So
isn't
he'd
he?
have most access.
Yeah. Uh, I was also working off the access thing. Martin, he would have access to him, and it would probably it might give him personal gain to take out Ringle or Shakan. And then the other one that or the other 2 that I'm thinking of are Bortai and Omega, because I mean, Bortai wants a union, and she's kind of opposed to what like how Ringle's running things, so like that kind of does that, and then we know that openly Omega is against
there you go.
how things are being run. So
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, let's go back to my token layer. Let's focus ping, and we will look at. You've got the number 1 is the corridor.
okay,
And, well, why don't I give you guys some little tokens? Why not? We're
all right.
here. Why don't we just do it?
And who's to say Martin isn't Omega?
That's some conception shit there.
Yeah.
Business. You guys may be a little big, but that's fine. I can make you smaller. There we go. Small enough. And And do I even have? I don't think I have a token for him, so I might just do an X. Give me one sec. Oh, I got a picture.
X gonna give it to you.
Oh, rest in peace. Both DMX and Wrangler Urshkan. He was not in there. He is in. Oh my gosh! Look at this freaking typo. I will say the Mongoose has so many typos. Large with an H. Large office number 12.
Larga office.
Uh,
The Larga office.
yeah, so he would be in 12. He would be in his office. You walk in. He is in his office. He is lying on the ground face first, kind of splayed out with a dagger right in the back of his like kind of upper back. Not quite his neck, but just like looks like it might be right in his spine.
Okay, so he's face down with a dagger sticking out of his back.
Yeah, he was stabbed in the back, presumably.
Oh, no. They didn't even take the murder weapon with them.
I mean, you could always check for fingerprints.
And give it a shot. If you won't, I'll take his office here. Check the body and then check the office over if you want to kind of go back into the corridor and kind of see if you find anything out of place between his office and the entrance. And take pictures of anything you see that seems odd.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of confusing.
Yeah, the numbers and everything.
Well,
Why don't I
also,
just like,
like,
oh, go for it.
this is a door,
Yeah,
right? This is also a
yeah,
door.
yeah.
Like, why is there no inner joining door between, like, there or there?
So,
Is that like a hallway closet? Like,
so I can
nine,
do this.
five,
I will.
like, stuff like that?
Oh, I will. I think this should reveal some things.
Okay.
I just gotta do it. Because there's like,
It's okay, don't worry, I'm not recording or anything.
we could say that that's his room. That'd be fine. State room vacant. Yeah, there you go. So, it is weird. I don't know if it's what they intended or not, but the number 13, that vacant stateroom, is only accessed externally, whereas like the reception room into his suite does have an internal entrance. So does 9 has an internal and external. 5 also has a They might just be separate staterooms, not technically tied to his suite, but they
Okay.
are the either. Actually, that's true because yeah, 13 is a vacant stateroom. 5. Oh,
Okay.
Martin Luther gave us the wrong person anyway. Oh well, that's fine. 6. That's Urshkan's suite. I'll just give it to you. Fuck it. There you go. And Martin's there. He'll just give you the information.
Hmm.
Oh, and then the last one is Enley, his bodyguard, who was not there. Like you don't see him. Maybe there's little name tags on the doors or something like that. So, Gino is fingerprinting the office, the large office.
Yeah, fingerprinting the office, the murder weapon, the handle of the murder weapon and stuff, and just looking the body over.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm not going to take the murder weapon out or anything, but just as best examination I can get without disturbing.
Yeah, you give me an investigation check with int.
Ouch. A 6.
6. I guess you can also take longer if you want to. Well, you know now, but that's fine. So this is going to take 1d 10 minutes. You could take, what is that, 1d hours?
Yeah, I think so. And I'm happy this is the murder room. I'm happy to take that time.
Okay. So it takes 3 hours.
I also want to look
Fingerprints.
at the body without disturbing it, so it makes sense
Yeah.
that I would be very thorough, well slow.
Okay. Um. Yeah, you get. Ooh, let's see. I got to write this down too, so I know what I've just given you. You take 3 hours fingerprinting. There's no the knife itself. The handle of the dagger has been wiped clean. They haven't removed it, but whoever stabbed him seems to have like wiped it clean, or they were wearing gloves. Um, you notice there is a decanter with wine in it that has been decanted into it, and two glasses that seem to have some remnants of wine in them. You get fingerprints off of both of those. You also get fingerprints off of like various things in his room, just normal stuff that would be touched. But in the 3 hours, you come up with three sets of fingerprints, or three distinct different sets of fingerprints. While he's doing that, what is Lexian doing?
Uh, I would probably start with uh Urshikan's bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
So I would, well, I guess I would go just into the room here. I would start in the sitting room, move to his bedroom, and then possibly look at the bathroom.
Okay. Yeah. You want to give me? Are you just like looking for stuff? Looking around?
Yeah, looking around, looking to see if it was like if it looks like anybody was like rifling through things.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I'm not skilled in investigation either, so uh,
You have a zero in it or nothing in it?
I have nothing.
Then you could do like a recon. Recon, is that the right skill?
I,
Just kind of as you're looking, right?
yeah, just kind of
Yeah.
like do like a basic, just like glance around everything. So,
Mm-hmm.
recon plus int.
Int. Yeah.
All right, that'll be a 1, and that is 11.
Oh,
11
you rolled
total.
a. I was like, how do you roll a one? Um, 11 total. Cool. You don't notice like nothing really seems out of place. His bed's made, the room's clean. You notice a notebook that seems to be uh, like it has a magnet on the back of it, and it is magneted underneath his bedside table. And that only takes you go through looking around, takes you an hour, 60 minutes.
Okay. Uh, I'd like to open that book if possible.
Yeah. It contains various random memoranda, dates, cryptic memos and reminders, notes on monetary amounts, and so on. It makes dull reading and apparently contains nothing of value. Will you give me an admin check with int?
I'm gonna burn 2 luck to make that a 0,
Okay.
because with the int would be 1.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, it looks like I didn't need that anyway because I rolled a 12.
Nice. Boxcars.
Yeah.
Uh, where'd my handouts go? One page jumps out to you in particular, and I will give that to you in just a second. Uh, you take 30 minutes looking through it. By the way,
All right. So I'm up to an hour and a half.
yeah, Gino. The other thing you notice while you're fingerprinting the office is in like a holster almost. If you were like sit at his desk, it would be like holstered on the inside of the desk next to his right leg. Is a body pistol, which is like a pistol made out of I forget the description in the book is like they're made out of like bone and other weird organic materials so that they're easier to get through metal detectors.
Okay.
But he's got one of those in his
Hmm.
office, still holstered. back to the right page. There. Anything else you want to do in your last like hour and a half that you have, Alexian, while I get this for you?
Uh,
Or I guess it might rely on what happens here. Um,
so I found that was looking through all three, the bedroom, the bathroom, and the stateroom, or and the sitting room.
yes.
Okay. Uh, then what I'll do at the last. Well, I'll obviously take pictures of like the book, the page that jumps out at me.
Yes. It is now in your handouts as Urshikan's
Aha!
notebook.
I see that. Hmm. Okay. Sorry. Uh,
Very good.
looking at the notebook. Um,
Yeah.
in the last hour and a half. Ooh, yeah, good question.
He has a let's
Yeah.
see.
Like I would probably like check the conference room.
Mm-hmm.
Just do a quick recon of that. Maybe even the supply closet. And if I have time after that, I would probably just look at the reception room.
Okay. Yeah, you can give me
Or
another
yeah.
recon check.
All right.
We'll say that probably takes up the last like hour and a half.
All right.
Well, you were gonna look at how many places?
So first I would start off with the conference room and the supply closet, and that would just
Okay.
be kind of like a quick look around. I wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
probably wouldn't spend too much time in there. And then after that, I would be going to the reception room in the front to see if there's anything possibly there either.
Okay.
So like maybe half an hour for each. How about that?
Yeah.
I'd take up
I
the
rolled
full
for
time.
him, but you're good. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I rolled a 9 plus what in or yeah, for recon it's what int or education.
Int. Yeah.
Int. Okay, so 10.
Yeah. You look through them. You don't really see anything of note. Nothing like jumps out to you.
Okay.
And yeah, so we'll kind of 3 hours have passed. Geno's got those three distinct sets of fingerprints. The found the pistol. Um, yeah, the rest of his office is still there. Computer terminal, couch, the decanted wine, the glasses. What's Gino gonna do? You want to look at the body next?
Yeah. Let's look the body over.
Go for it. You want to give me anything you're looking for in particular?
Um, I'm mainly examining the wound itself, trying to judge how deep the knife went in. You know, what kind of force was applied. Um, making note of how exactly where on the back it is, like height wise, and looking for the body to see if there's any like bruising or signs of him taking like damage from a struggle or anything somewhere else.
Okay, cool. Yeah, give me your medic check. Education.
And that's with education, right?
Mm-hmm.
12.
Uh, yeah, you kind of get an idea of the height, uh, or at least of like where the knife was coming. And it doesn't look. It's high enough that it doesn't look like most people would have gone like straight forward. Somebody like took it and just jabbed it into the back of his neck like that. The angle kind of corroborates that. Um, he doesn't have any defensive wounds or any real like bruises or anything like that. Like he's been in a fight recently. Um, it just seems like somebody got him from behind when he wasn't expecting it, and he dropped. Was there anything else specifically there you were looking for?
Um,
How he was hit, if he had defensive wounds.
yeah, and how deep did the knife go? Like, is it way down in there, or I mean,
Hmm, like
obviously
how much
without
power
pulling the
was
knife
behind
out,
it?
I can't tell exactly how long it is, but I can take a guess.
Yeah, it's hard to say without knowing the size of the knife. Um, but it's it doesn't look like it's more than what, judging by the handle and the hilt of the dagger, it's maybe not longer than 5 inches or so.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still pretty. That's a pretty big dagger, isn't it? Eh,
That's a good sized dagger.
I guess maybe 6 feet high in a towboat. And probably 3 inches.
Okay, and it's buried up to the hilt then.
It is buried to the hilt. Yeah.
Other than that, I'd probably after that I'd probably head on out and see how Lexian's getting along.
Okay. Yeah. Oops. Lexian, what you up to?
How long did that take?
That took him. Oh, I rolled there. 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Is Martin still standing outside the door?
He is. Yeah.
Uh,
Drinking a cup of tea.
okay.
Seems a little, a little shaken up, but somebody brought him some tea.
Well, I don't want to start questioning him with or before Jeno gets back. Ah, darn.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong dagger. That makes more sense. So yes, 3 inches makes more sense. Yeah, definitely. Helps if I read things correctly. The other thing you notice about God, this helps a lot. The other thing, sorry, let's backtracking really quickly. Gino, the other thing you notice about the dagger, it is the handle itself, because that's all you can really see, is fashioned out of some sort of expensive materials. There's maybe like gold inlay on it and things like that. No cross guard, and but just by the daintiness of the handle, you could tell that it's probably not very long. So there's no hilt or cross guard on it.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Lexian.
All right. So, uh, essentially double checking if Martin's out front.
He is, yeah.
Uh, I would probably do. Would it be? How would it suffice to say that the small office would probably be Martin's?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You could ask him, and he would be like, "Yeah, it's my
Yeah.
office."
Okay. Uh, I would probably take a quick look around that room,
Okay.
and then meet up with Gina whenever whenever we're both done. Then.
Yeah. Give me a recon check.
All right. Well, there's the first bad roll. That is a what 4 plus 1 5.
Yeah, within. Yeah. Yeah. You don't notice much of anything.
All right.
It's just there's a the small office itself. is maybe, well, not really set up like a waiting room because there's a reception room at 14. So there's like a desk kind of off to one side, so you can walk straight past it and go into the larger office, uh, and a couple chairs facing the desk. Yeah.
Okay.
You do that, and Gino has kind of finished his search of the body.
I have a quick random question. Oh, never
Mm-hmm.
mind. Found it.
Oh.
I was gonna ask you what page the psionics were on in the book,
Ah.
and I just found it.
What you doing, Gino?
No, after I was done in the room, I guess I'd head on out, probably meet up with Lexian in the small office. So, did you find anything? Bloody footprints, anything like that?
I mean, no bloody footprints, but I did find this note or this notebook. It was like magnetized up underneath his bedside table, and I took a picture of this page. It just kind of jumps out to me for some reason, and here I'll show it to him.
Hmm. A lot of names. There's dashes between them, like one name correlates to another name.
Yeah, but Lamarck is on there twice with Suleiman and Melikor or Melchior, and then Heraklion is on there twice also.
Yeah, you're right. But it's on, well, yeah, it's on opposite sides. Is it the
Yeah,
only,
I mean,
I guess we go through and we can search these names on the computer once we get done here.
Yeah.
yeah.
I also got 3 sets of prints we can run.
All right.
Um, that knife was a nice looking knife. I don't think any common person, any kind of miner would be carrying that. So unless they lifted it from Hirschkon's place somewhere here, then I think we're dealing with somebody a little more well to do.
Hmm.
Did you take the? You didn't take the. You said you didn't take the knife out of his body, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. Okay.
Is the name inscribed on the dagger on the blade right there?
No, no. It's the
Hi, Nezzy.
yes.
Hi. Yes,
No, I probably would
meowing.
have took a picture of it, but that would have been about the most I would have went with that.
Okay.
Um, well, take it slow and steady out of here. Look down the corridor. Probably doesn't hurt if we check the disposal chutes. If you want to look the corridor to see if there's any errant footprints anywhere, I'll uh I'll look over the both disposal chutes and see if there's anything that looks like out of place. Like there's any blood or anything like that, obviously.
Okay. Yeah, you both want to give me some recon checks within.
Recon?
Yeah.
Okay.
8.
I do have recon, right? Yes, I do.
Hi, Nez. Yes. Hi. Come on.
A 6.
All right.
Lexian, you don't notice any like errant footprints or anything like that. It's a public corridor. It's in the like the residential section.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like a fair amount of foot traffic, but you don't notice any like bloody footprints or anything like that. Um, and Chino, you don't notice like I mean you would have seen blood smeared all over the shoe even with like even without a check. But like you
Yeah.
open up the shoes, look them around, you don't see anything of note.
All right. Well, those look clean. I don't know where those chutes go. We want to mess with that.
You guys found out in the previous investigation. I think they go to like little trash compactors that are
Oh, that's
that are
right. And then
emptied
they're
out,
in.
or trash gathering sections. I guess they're not compactors. They each go to like almost internal dumpsters that are emptied every couple hours. So if somebody does accidentally throw something away and they need to get to it, they have time before it's emptied. But they once they're emptied, they go to a compactor, and then they're probably like jettisoned out into space. Space, the final dump.
Well, I think we gathered all we got here. We'll check with Martin, see if he
Yeah.
recognized that dagger, if it was something that Ringo owned.
Yeah. Ugh, sorry. We could always ask him, like at what time he found him. Did he touch anything?
Yeah, definitely doesn't
Like
hurt to ask.
just who he was with last night? If because I mean it's kind of obvious that he was in there with somebody. And did he hear anything after certain time? Because he his stateroom is literally the only is like the only way out. Like it's right beside the only way out there. So
That is true. All right. Yeah, we'll head on out and stop by Martin then.
All right. Yeah. Did you guys find anything?
Got a couple prints to run. Took a look at the body. That
Mm-hmm.
the dagger. Is that something of Ringgold's? Or do you know? Have you ever seen that before?
Will you give me a some sort of social check? Let's see, what are my skills? What are the skills to work with? Persuade?
Persuade.
Yeah, persuade. Social?
Okay. Ouch. Four.
Fortunately. Yeah. Uh, I mean, I've seen those before. It's a Herculean dagger. But no, he didn't own one.
Herculean dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who would be carrying one of those?
I mean, anybody from uh, is it Herculon or Hercalian? I think it's Hercalian. Any people that's part of their well, it's actually I guess it's mostly just the women of Hercalian. They or Heraclean. Heraclean.
Heraclean is how I'm pronouncing it in my head.
Yeah, I'm putting the K too early. Heraclean. The women of Heraclean. They carry them. Sort of a
Okay, so even some it doesn't really matter their social status there. About any woman there's going to be have one of these of this quality, or do the
uh,
qualities differ?
I mean, the qualities vary, but they're sort of, I mean, they're almost like family heirlooms. So even people with few means will often carry a nice one, and to to leave it behind or to sell it or to do anything like that would be, um, I mean, just a taboo among
Yeah,
their
it seems
people.
odd to use that as a murder weapon.
Mm-hmm. You just nod.
All right, and so were you here when it happened? Like, were you in your room?
I don't know when it happened. I didn't hear anything. It
When did you find him?
about, well, at this point, it's been like almost 4 hours. So about 5 or 6 hours ago. It's about 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30.
And when did you see him last before that?
Uh, 3. He asked me to get a. He was working late and asked me to get file for him.
3 in the morning? 3 in the
No, I guess
afternoon?
that timeline does make sense. No, it would have been that evening, the evening prior, around uh, like 9 or 10, probably 9 p.m. when he asked to get a file for him. Because you guys last saw him. I'm trying to think, when you last saw him was before your 6 hour gambling session, which was at 6.
Yeah.
So yeah, 9. He um he asked me to collect a file for him.
And did you leave and go anywhere at any point between those times, or was it just did what you needed to do and then headed to bed?
No, I came. Uh, yeah, I went up to the admin level, got some the information he requested, brought it back to my office, and then went to bed for the night.
If he was asking for it, why didn't you just take it to him?
I knocked on his door and there was no answer, so I left it on my desk and was going to give it to him in the morning.
And so when you discovered him at 4,
Hmm.
do you just always wake up? So are you an early riser like that? Or
Typically, yeah, he likes to have as up to date information as he can. So I typically wake up an hour or so before he does and collate that information, have it ready for him on his desk. Um,
okay, so you that's a normal routine. You go into his desk, into his office in the morning and have it on his desk before he gets up.
yes, yeah,
Okay, and he would normally be up about 5 then.
about that. Yeah, 5:30 sometimes.
Okay, so what time did you get back from getting the file then?
9:45, 10 o'clock.
Okay, so about an hour, and you didn't get an answer. Well,
Hmm.
like odds are he may have been dead then. Hour window is a small window. You guys got security cameras?
No, nothing in the suite, and obviously Station 3 being what it is, the none of the cameras on this level are in working order.
Well, that would be useful.
He nods.
Is there anybody? So is anybody normally stand guard at the door to the suite? Um,
Enley
but if
typically,
it,
but he heard he injured himself last night and spent the night in the infirmary.
wow, what an unlucky night to get hurt like that.
No
What happened
kidding.
to him?
He was dealing with a an unruly gentleman, and in the process, got took a bit of a blow and needed some stitches, and I think they just kept him there, for a concussion protocol, that sort of thing.
Gotcha. And so nobody stood in for him to stand guard then.
No, but we what's the I guess what was the likelihood of something happening on Station 3? At least that's what we thought.
And when you left, what's the what's the access requirements to get into this room?
You need You need an access code. I have one. Obviously, Mr. Urshkon did um, to get into his office and to get into the suite. Me, um, Katerin, uh, Martin, or I'm Martin, uh, Rangel. Anybody who was staying here could have access to the actual suite itself to get to their stateroom.
Okay, so there's no biometrics or anything like that. If someone was able to give somebody else's code, they'd be able to get in.
Yes, yeah, you could. If there was it is, biometrically linked like all the staterooms here, but there is also a backup key code.
And the guard that got injured, would he have access to that?
Yeah. Oh, Enley, of course. Yes, he would as well. Yeah.
Okay. And is Emily still at the infirmary?
I believe so.
Would there be any issue with us going to talk to him about what happened to him?
No, certainly not. Yeah.
Well,
Last reports I got, he was doing fine. He was just getting ready to be discharged.
any more questions? We'll contact you. We'll go head over and see if we can catch him. Talk to him real quick.
Sure thing. Am I good to return to my stateroom?
Um, I mean, I'll leave that. Oh, I guess I'll leave that up to you guys. But I mean, I feel like you're doing that. You're going through the path
Mm,
where the murderer could have traveled. So any more traffic through there than necessary could disturb the murder site.
that's true. That's true. I'll arrange a separate accommodation. Um, but if you need me, you can reach me here, and he gives you his like comm number.
Sounds good. Hopefully we'll get this thing sorted out. Oh, one more question before I go. Um, how does how does this work now with Urshkon gone? Is there somebody slotted to take his place, or is that there? Does that go to a vote or something with the board?
No, the board will elect a new president.
Okay. And is there any front runners?
Yeah, there's a few. There are a few. All vice presidents, from various individual operations around Landmark's holdings.
Okay. Um, don't need them right now. Won't ask for them unless I feel like it becomes pertinent. But could you get those names together for me?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I can get you a little list.
All right. Thank you. And
Yeah.
I guess we'll take our leave then.
All right. And you're heading to the what you call it, infirmary.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, you get to the infirmary, and Henley is, yeah, as he said, he's there basically getting checked out, kind of shaking his head to himself, looks frustrated.
I walk up to him. Um, Speaking to Inley.
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, Geno. Geno Starheart. This is my associate Lexian. We've been asked to start an advanced investigation into the recent murder of your employer,
Mm-hmm.
and heard that you had a scuffle with someone who was being aggressive with him that night?
That's right. Yeah, that's where I got this, and he's got like a nice cut in his forehead.
What they do? Just punch you, or they use some sort of a weapon or anything?
Nah, he kind of like looks down, shakes his head. Nah, he was flailing like a fish, and I went to kind of give him a little toss and smacked my head in the door frame.
I got you. So what happened to him then? Did he get away when that happened, or he get?
Yeah, I was just you know tossing him out, making sure he knew not to come after Mr. Urshkan again. He went his way.
Okay.
Do you
And
know his name?
Um, yeah, yeah. Let's see. Moshe Srinivasan. I'll drop that in.
Moshe.
Moshe. You got it, sir.
All right.
and what's Mosh? What's his relationship to Ringo?
He's a he was a miner, but he wasn't working the station. Um, will you give me a persuasion check or persuade check?
Yeah. An 11.
An 11. He's from Heraklion. He's a miner. He's engaged to Mr. Urshkan's previously engaged to Mr. Urshkan's companion.
And what's the timeline on this? When was he previously engaged, and when did he stop being previously engaged?
Uh, see, and goes back, and it's like a couple months back. Urshkan was on a just going out and assessing various landmark holdings on Heraklion, and met Katerin there, and they left Heraklion together. And it seems like that's when she called off her engagement.
Oh, I mean, I can see why a guy will be angry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't.
you know what it's like.
So, what about you? What's this mean for you? You a landmark employee, or are you personally employed by Ringgold?
I was personally employed, so I'll look for a job somewhere else.
Sorry to hear that.
It'd be hard getting a personal security job like this, so I'll probably just go into, I don't know. I got other skills, I can use them.
Maybe the new president's going to be looking for a new for a bodyguard.
Yeah, don't know if they want one that wasn't there when the previous president got murdered.
I mean, that's better than you being there when the previous president got murdered, isn't it?
He kind of, the black humor kind of gets to him, or the dark humor kind of gets to him, and he smiles a little bit. Yeah, I guess so.
All right. I think that's all I've got for you right now. If anything else comes to mind, you care if I contact you?
That's fine. I'll be here at least till the next liner comes in. I gotta figure out what they're gonna want me to do, or what I'm gonna do.
And as we're heading out, I'll stop and kind of turn back. One more thing, Mosh. Do you know where he's been staying at?
No, I didn't. I didn't look into it. Presumably on the
Okay,
station, stateroom.
I'm sure I can get that information somewhere. All right, appreciate it. mean,
Did we want to
it
find
all
this?
lines up. This Mosh guy's Herculean. We saw this scuffle. Here he got away. Now guy's dead. But I don't know. If you're Heraclean, do you use one of those knives? I mean, that feels like you might as well tie a little tag with your name on it.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking. It seems like it might be a setup. Somebody's trying to get somebody else to take the fall. Am I muted? No, I'm not. Okay.
No,
No. Oh,
it was
I'm
just
kind of
horrible. It
curious.
was a horrible point. It's a really
Okay.
disappointing thing. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I just can't say anything because I'm just, I'm a third party observer. Yeah.
I'm kind of
You're all the third party observers.
It's true. And some of the third party participators.
You're also the aggregator of this too.
Yeah. Yeah.
You are simultaneously all of the witnesses and the perpetrator.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we could go talk to Moshi. We could talk to Katerin.
she's probably easier to find.
I mean,
Mosh, we're gonna have to have that looked into. Which Aguilar could possibly get that information for us. Uh,
I'll,
give her
yeah,
give her a
I'll.
call.
Okay. If you want to do that, ask her for any information she has on Moshi, uh, Katerin, uh, and also the Aslan and Bortai. I might be going off on a tangent there with those two, but
Um, yeah, I'll give her a call and ask her if she
Uh,
could.
Aguilar.
Yeah, and ask her if
Mm-hmm.
she could put together some files on those names for us.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Give me I'll have it to you in an hour.
What's that?
I'll have it to you in an hour.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
We're gonna go ahead and head over to speak to Katerin to see how she's doing with her SO being suddenly deceased.
Mm-hmm.
SO becoming a former SO.
Yes.
XSO. Yeah. Okay. Uh, you guys head back to the suite and knock on her stateroom door, and there's no answer.
Was Martin still there?
No, I think he left. You guys have access though to all the rooms in the that can be accessed from the suite.
Um, I'll knock again. Katerin, are you there? If you are, hope you're decent. We're going to step on in. And I'll give it a couple more seconds and then go ahead and open the door.
You open the door. Nobody's in there.
Hmm.
You want to give Martin a call? I want to take a look around in here. I'm wondering if there's a knife or a sheath. They used to have a knife or anything like that.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to do the recon check for Geno, and then like Lexian can give Martin a call?
Sure.
An 11.
You don't find a sheath or anything like that for a small dagger. You do notice that a her closet seems to have been emptied of like at least some of her clothes. There are like multiple like hangers off the rack, and like some of their clothes have been kind of knocked down as if somebody was like going through grabbing stuff and packing in a hurry. Uh, and yeah, Martin can give you her comm number if you have for Lexian if that's what you're looking for.
Okay, yeah.
He doesn't know where she is, but he can give you that.
Yeah. Could we have her comm number?
Yeah, sure thing. I'll send it over, and he hangs up, and you get a beep, little text.
Hmm.
And I will be right back while you guys plot your next moves. You got like 30-ish minutes before the dossiers will come back.
Okay.
Um,
So
I mean,
metagaming here. What's your thoughts so far?
my thoughts.
Yeah.
I feel like everything is pointing toward either her or this Mosh guy, but at the same time, that seems too convenient that it's just that clear cut pointed at them.
Mm-hmm. So we need to figure out when Katerin left,
Yeah,
cause
hopefully we can get in contact with her, but I'm guessing that's probably not going to work.
it might not. She might have taken the last liner out of here, and
Yeah,
then we might need to add. We might need to try and figure out what happened with her and dismiss her as a suspect, because otherwise she might have moved back in with Moshi. I think it's Mosh. Yeah,
Mosh.
Mosh.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
go with Mosh.
yeah. She might have moved back in with Mosh, depending on timing, to like and then like used Mosh to kill Ringle under the guise
I
of just
mean,
talking.
unless he did something awful to her, she thought she could get something out of him dying. I wouldn't know. It would seem odd that she'd want to off him like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if she was the SO, she might have I mean, life insurance policy, all his money and stuff, and then she goes back to Mosh.
I
Could be
mean,
that. I could be also thinking way too far into this.
yeah, I mean, he's only been with her a couple months. This dude's rich as fuck. I wouldn't think he would be signing all this stuff over to her unless he's just crazy.
Yeah.
Actually, before he gets back, and we'll be back to, I want to
Okay.
refresh my drink.
All right.
Hello.
You came back right as he left.
Yeah, but it was I could hear as I was putting my headphones on.
Ah. Did you hear anything of
You
what we
want
were discussing there?
um something about a couple months, maybe talking about Catherine.
Yeah. We wanted to possibly check to see what like because obviously she's no longer in that stateroom.
Mm-hmm.
Did she move to another stateroom? Like did she catch the last liner off the station? Like
Mm,
timing and stuff like that,
yeah.
so that we could possibly either rule her off as a suspect or figure out what happened to her if she got dumped into a garbage
If
chute.
she would have if she would have caught the last liner off, Martin would have probably told you when you asked for her contact information. Um, and the last liner was the one that Urshkon came in on, and he's been dead less than a day.
Yeah,
So she couldn't have killed him and then got off on that.
yeah.
And
I
she
I
probably, she
was
probably didn't. She probably didn't. Yeah, she probably didn't leave the station because Martin would have mentioned it. He just doesn't know where she is. But then, sorry, the four people you asked for, right, were Mosh,
Mosh.
uh,
Any information?
Eakil,
Yukil?
and Eakil, the Aslan.
So that's his name.
Yes. Yeah. Here, I'll drop him in the
Okay.
chat too.
I did not know that. I was actually going to ask you, like, I don't know if it's metagaming, but who's Yukil?
Yeah, yeah,
I,
yeah.
I,
Because I keep saying his name. Yeah,
yeah. I just
yeah,
kept calling him well, did we ever get his name? Because it was just there was an Aslan guy in there getting yelled at all the time.
yeah. It might just, yeah. I've said it, but I don't know if you guys actually like learned it
Okay.
specifically. You might have though in the last investigation. I don't know. Um, Bortai, Yukil,
Yeah.
Mosh, and
And
Catherine.
uh,
No, who was the fourth person? Yeah.
yeah, it would have been Katerin. Just any information that anybody had on her, if
Okay.
like if there was just like a general like visitor file or something on her.
Gotcha.
Because I mean, she was on here. She had a stateroom. I mean, just for registration sake, they should probably just have at least her name and what stateroom she was in.
Mm-hmm. Where are you at in Baldur's Gate?
Uh, honestly, I haven't played very much more.
Yeah.
The next things that I have to do is the Pale Elf and uh,
Hmm.
go into Cazador's castle,
Gotcha.
or literally, I think the next quest step that I have for like the main story is uh, confront what's his face in the palace before going to confront the murder hobo.
Okay. Yeah, confront.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, the pretty guy and then the lady with the
yeah,
moving tattoos.
yeah.
So okay. So did you ever go into the cells at the like what Dragon's Bridge or whatever that crossing is, where his where that guy's palace is? Why can't I think of his name? Starts with a B? No. Um, he's wow. Everything's gone.
Exactly. I also haven't played it in like
Um,
a month and a half
okay.
now, 2 months. I think the
Okay.
last time I
Well,
played it was with Doom, and we were playing. We were early on in the campaign, or early on
gotcha.
in it.
Do you have anybody that uses speak with animals?
Yeah, two of my characters have speak with animals.
Okay, because if you go into that palace, when before you actually get into like Baldur's Gate proper, when you're crossing that bridge and there's that like outpost palace area where yeah, whatever that guy's name is, where he is. If you go down into cells and talk with one of the rats, I think it's in that cell, those cells.
Is it the merchant?
The rat merchant?
The merchant rat?
Yeah, where you get into a pun battle with them?
I did not get into a.
Oh, okay.
Did I?
Because that was the
I
thing I was waiting for you to get into to find.
I have no idea now. I actually
Oh,
found him when
okay.
I was in jail.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah,
You
he
how'd you
showed
go
up
to
when
jail?
I attacked the Steel Watchers,
Ah, gotcha.
and sorry, I
Well,
went
you have to break out that other lady from the same cells.
I did not.
Well, you don't
Oops.
have to.
Yeah. I tried walking past the Steel Watchers
Gotcha.
and just to get in there, and they just turned and started attacking me. So I ran, but I didn't run long enough, and uh, I was just like, all right, fine, take me to jail, whatever. I'll just continue on the story. And there was the rat in there, and I'm like, what is this rat running around? I cast speak with animals and started talking to it, and I don't remember if it had
You would
puns,
know.
but
It's like 5 or 6, maybe 4 or 5 lines back and forth where you can respond with a pun, and then he'll hit you back with a pun, and then you can respond with a pun, and then he gets like progressively happier the more puns you give him.
I need to
And it
go
just runs
back
back
and
and forth. Yeah,
read. I need to go back and do that.
yeah. Because I saw that, and the first person I thought about was you. I was like, oh, I know who would like this. That was the thing I had been talking about from way
Okay.
back. It's like I wanted you. Yeah, it was so fun. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because I
They're all like
I
rat-based puns, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah.
I think I might have
Uh,
made one, but I think I went and I was looking at his inventory because he had the invisibility spell for me.
there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got it on Xbox so that my wife and I could play together, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna let her make the decisions and explore, and I'll follow her around
Uh
as a
huh.
barbarian and just hit things. And she definitely missed. She missed Gale.
Yeah. It is not that obvious.
Well, it's
Like
like, but
when you walk into that spot, yes, it's obvious. But
yeah, yeah, yeah.
every single time, I just went straight
Uh,
up, jumped over the fire, and went
why
straight
would you?
into the thing
Why would you jump over fire? Yeah, yeah.
because it was
No,
the
that's
easiest.
funny.
I would just jump straight up and go straight up into the thing and
Yeah.
continue with the story. And then at one point, I
Uh,
went back and got Lizelle, but I never saw where Gale was.
yeah.
So when you said, "Oh yeah, Gale's right there," I'm like, "There's no way." Like both Doom and I missed him in 3 playthroughs.
I was shocked. Yeah, I was because it was probably only like a week later. I forgot to talk about it last time. It was like it was maybe a week at most later, and I was like, oh my god, is this really happening right now?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, sure enough.
yeah. See, he's not that hard. Or yeah, he's not that hard to miss.
I suppose. Yeah. No.
And plus, finally, whenever I looked at the map beforehand, and whenever I finally ran over to that location, it was already explored.
Mm.
Like when you
You're
get
probably on
close
the
enough,
the upper side of
yeah,
those rocks.
yeah. When the fog of war goes away, it was close enough that it disappeared, so it looked like I ran through that area.
Mm. But didn't unlock the fast travel point, did it?
No,
Yeah. Yeah.
not specifically there. I don't know if there is one because all I did was I went back in my save file to when I was there, and I just
Yeah.
ran up and looked at it, and I was like, oh, okay, there it is. I took a picture and
Yeah.
I took a screenshot of it and sent it to Doom and said, yeah, he's right here.
He's right there.
Hey
He's
guys,
like, yeah.
sorry,
Hello.
I just want to let you guys know I gotta take care of something. I'll be back in a few minutes here. Apologize.
All right.
No, no worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They also, did you play much during early access?
No, I didn't play at all during early access. I played only after it came out.
Gotcha. Because there's one encounter early on when you get to the crash site and you find the mind flayer like trapped under the rubble.
Yep.
I don't know why, but there was an encounter that happened originally there where there were like 3 peasant fishermen that were freaking out and trying to like get him uncovered because he was like mind controlling them and making them believe it was one of the fishermen's daughters. And it was like such a good interaction showing how like devious and powerful the mind
The
flayers
my
are. Because
Oh
then
my god.
and then they just took it out. They just took it out in like the final update before full release, and they never brought
Why?
it back. I don't know. It was such a weird because it was like one of the first encounters you get after you fight intellect of ours. It's like sort of the next interaction. You can sort of talk your way out of it, but like most of the time, a failed roll, they're like, "You're just trying to let my daughter die," and then you could not kill them and kill the mind flayer, and they like go, "What the fuck happened?" And then they all kind of freak out and run off. But it was just like such a good little interaction that gave you like a big show don't tell thing, and I don't know why they took it out. Yeah, it's
Hmm.
really weird. It's probably on YouTube. But I don't know if it's necessarily worth watching, but if you ever get bored, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know I need to play it, but I'm like at the point where it's like the two things that I need to do
Mm-hmm.
are going to be long, and I don't really want to do either of them right this second.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
almost accidentally ran into the blood altar thing, or the
Is that
the cult.
Asterian's one?
Uh,
No,
no, no,
the
no.
Blood Altar's the the
The
the
the
the
the
ball.
the ball cultist. Yeah, I
Yeah,
almost accidentally walked into that after telling her, yeah, I would not go attack her first.
gotcha.
And yeah, I was just exploring areas and I accidentally found what I think is the area that it tells me to go to
Hmm.
because the quest for joining the cult is telling me to go there too, or is telling me
Gotcha.
to go to that area too. So
Yeah, the one. So a couple things I didn't do on my playthrough were, and basically Asterian's whole, the Pale Elf whole quest line.
hmm
I just didn't do anything. So I didn't go meet Cazador. They ever had the interactions where they attack your camp, and then I didn't go to the place in the mountains with the Kresh for the Gith Yankee because at some point
oh,
I'm going to do an evil playthrough, and those will be two of my evil companions, and I'll do those quest lines. But
okay.
so I have plenty of content to like go back and do on a second playthrough, and I started a Dark Urge playthrough, and I just need to like I don't know, I need to take a week off work and just play for 2 days.
Take a week off work, play for 2 days.
Yeah, yeah. Because then I got other stuff I want to do on a week off.
Oh yeah.
I started playing what's the game Pal World that I fell into the Pal World hype because
Yeah.
like it's I loved playing Ark and I love Pokemon's and it's basically Ark and Pokemon in the
Wait,
same
wait,
game
wait,
so
wait.
it's like
You've played Ark?
oh man yeah I love Ark. Ark is great. Ark is like my
I
go-to game to just like sit with music on and just like just just beat dinosaurs with clubs
yeah.
and then fly
Uh,
around yeah.
have you played Ark Survival Ascended?
No, just survival. Just like yeah, just survival
Just
evolved. Yeah,
Survival Evolved? Okay.
oh, is that
Cause
is that the
uh,
sequel, like the second one,
it's
or is it
technically
DLC?
it's Ark Survival Evolved but more optimized.
Ah, okay.
And I've been playing it and the UI is much easier to understand. Like
Ooh, okay.
setting up like all the like first off integrated mods, that's awesome. And like setting up all the settings for your single player and stuff is much easier to understand.
Gotcha.
Uh, so there's that,
Cool.
and then
Yeah.
the gameplay itself, like even on the lowest settings, it's much more beautiful than Survival Evolved.
Cool.
They
You
made
gotta
it
buy it
pretty.
separately.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, it's my
And
wish list.
right now
Every
it's
once
on
in a while,
like
I'll pick it up.
40 something,
Yeah, 45.
but when it because it's also in the same it's technically an early access. When it fully comes out, it's not going to be 45. It's probably going to be higher.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah. But Doom is looking to buy it too.
Okay.
and might set up a server. It's God. I have spent so much time in Survival Evolved.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ark Survival Evolved, 2,114 hours.
Damn. Nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
To say that I love that game is an understatement.
It's a good game. It's
It,
like yeah. So I don't like I was never able to get into like Rust or like any of the other
mhm.
survival games, but like the single player aspect of just being able to play Ark on my own has been it's just like it's just such a good game to just like play and just kind of fall into the world.
Absolutely. And plus, it's it plays into the fantasy of you get to own dinosaurs. You get to
Yeah,
ride around and attack things as a dino. Like,
yeah,
that's awesome.
yeah. It is. And
uh,
little baby dinosaurs.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that was another quality of life thing that they changed in ASA. They made it so that baby dinos spawn naturally.
Mm, that's cool.
So there is a very readily available source of prime meat.
You're heartless.
I mean, hey, early game, you gotta do what you gotta do to get prime meat.
True. You gotta evolve.
Gotta
You gotta
got
ascend.
gotta get those early tame carnivores.
Yeah.
Although I immediately went for pteranodons. I think right now I have two pteranodons. I'm playing single player.
Mm, man, yeah. There's so many. Oh wow.
How long ago have you played Ark?
It's been a while. I'm like looking at it and like looking at just all the updates. I'm like, man, none of these. 2002, February 25th, 2002, almost 2 years exactly.
Dang.
Well, that's the last time I played on computer because I played an Xbox, but that was also probably like a year and a half ago.
Okay.
Like I my hours split between playing at my desk and playing like while lying in bed.
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere near 2,000 hours though. I've got 186 on PC and probably another like 150 or so on Xbox.
Hmm. Okay.
What are my like top games? Let's see,
I th-
Binding of Isaac, I've got 746 hours, and
Oof.
then well, that was my go-to game for so long. I haven't played that in a while. I play on Switch now, and then all my Football Manager games. Uh, my annual sports game for Football Manager, soccer football,
Okay.
2017, 1,041 hours. 2018, 1,280 hours.
Mm-hmm.
2019, 1,473 hours. 2020 was a slower year, 712 hours. 2021, 754 hours. Yeah. Yeah. This year, 124. Yeah, let me some football. That's basically
Okay.
spreadsheets. Football Manager is basically spreadsheets in soccer.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah, I have a few games that are over 1,000 hours.
yeah.
I there are certain games that I absolutely love, and that's kind of what keeps me. One of my first ones was Infestation Survivor Stories, which is a zombie survival game.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I played that through high school.
Ah.
Last played August 24th, 2015,
Oh wow. Yeah.
year after I graduated. And then like I have obviously Arc at what 2000 yeah 2000 right there. Let me find it again. 2100. I have Warframe at 1700
Oh
hours.
man, that is one
Oh,
of my friend's new obsession is Warframe. He's like, he's just gone. He's gone off the deep end. It's funny because I tried playing it and I immediately got motion sickness. Um,
Yes, it is
I
very
did like
easy to get
three.
motion sickness.
I did like three of those like rapid dive rolls or whatever, and
Yep,
was like,
bullet jumps.
I pulled my field of view back and like dropped my
Turn off mo-
sensitivity way down, and
Turn off
it was
motion
a
blur
lot
too.
better. Ooh, no, I didn't. That would probably help.
Yeah, no, that
Um,
definitely helps.
but yeah, I did that. I was like, I don't know if I can do this, and he's like, yeah, this is it's tough.
Yeah.
But he hates Destiny. But I'm like, this game feels like I like playing Destiny. This feels a lot. This feels very Destiny. But yeah, but I think
The-
he's in a couple months already got a couple hundred hours into it.
yeah, and then we can get on to Destiny.
Yeah.
Ah,
Sorry about that, guys.
3,489 hours.
In one or two?
Destiny 2.
Ah.
And that is from like the season and a half before Beyond Light.
Yeah.
So it's been like 3 years now. Or 4. 3 or 4. Something like that.
Man.
But yeah, I have a lot of time in some games. Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back.
Hey, sorry about that.
Nah, no worries. We're just talking about video games. Wasting our lives playing video games for way too many hours.
Guilty's charged.
Yeah. Huh.
All
All
right.
right. Where were we?
Good question. I have lost all thoughts of what we were doing. Okay,
Um,
no. Getting the files for 4 people,
Mm-hmm.
if, well, for one, if it's possible. Um, Figuring out what happened to her. And what would you say is our next move there, Josh?
um, I feel like try to just contact her and see if she answers would be the biggest place to start.
Okay. Do you want to take it, Mr. Suave?
Yeah, sure thing.
I have social anxiety. I can't make the phone call.
All right, well, I'll call her up.
Hello?
Oh, is this Katerin?
Yes, who's this?
This is Jeno Starheart. I don't know if you are aware, but Ringle has been murdered.
Yeah, Martin told me.
Okay. And where are you? Are you okay?
I'm fine. Yeah.
All right. Would you be available to sit down and have a chat about things? We're just trying to gather information, kind of starting an early investigation, and any information would be appreciated.
Sure. Yeah, I can meet you in the lounge in 30 minutes.
Sounds good.
All right. And I'll be at the bar.
All
Just
right,
because
we'll see you
you don't
there.
know what she looks like, so she'll be always at the bar. I'll wear a primrose, right?
A white rose on her lapel.
Yep, exactly. And yeah, so she'll see you in like 30 minutes. You get off the phone, your tablet beeps, and you get like just kind of some general information for the people you asked. Moshe, you have some employment records. He was employed by one of Landmark's subsidiaries on Heraklion. Uh, poor but no no criminal record or anything like that. Resigned shortly after Ershkon's last visit there, um, and just arrived on station on the last intersystem liner. And you get a room number or like a stateroom number for him. And Who was next? Katarine? Was she one of the four?
I'm like 90% certain it was just like see if we can get information on him, on
Okay.
Kettering.
Yeah. So you get it's mostly information from directly from Aguilar because she's more aware than like there's nothing like really on the files or on the record or anything like that. She's Urshkan's latest mistress. She was the daughter of an impoverished miner back on Heraklion, who also worked for Landmark. Her father did, and she seemed to have caught Urshkan's eye during his last inspection to her. She, at least according to Aguilar, uh, it's acts like she saw Urshkan as her ticket sort of out of poverty. She sees him as a means of indulging her passions for luxury and money. Kind of a gold digger. Yeah. Let's see. Next up was Bortai.
Yes.
You know that she is also you have the information you've already gathered about her. Former miner, spokesperson and chief organizer of the labor movement. The additional information you get there, she is also from Heraklion, and she has two sisters and a brother currently living there. Two of whom also work for Landmark Minerals, and Bortai is believed to be very devoted to them.
It all comes back to
She,
this one planet.
um, where did it go? Bortai as an addendum on her notes, Aguilar about Bortai was some of the office staff was heard or overheard her yelling like I'll kill him if he harms them, I'll kill him," as she was leaving his office the day before after you guys had met with him, and was clearly very very upset, nearly incoherent, being kind of dragged out by Emily. The last person was Iakil?
Yukil? Yeah, Yukil.
Yukil. An ex-Imperial Army major. Yukil served as Urshkan's second in command during the rebellion on Scaramouche. Scaramouche, Scaramouche, can you do the fine thing? Decorated twice for gallantry, he retired shortly after Urshkan resigned his commission and has been employed as a security consultant by Landmark Minerals ever since. The job description is a vague one. It appears Yukil travels a great deal, inspecting and advising on security aspects of various company facilities. Any questions with those? You want me to repeat anybody? Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening.
Uh, no.
Can we, when she sends that information over, can we just shoot her a message back and ask her if she can pull the information on Bortai's or were they siblings?
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yeah,
yeah,
siblings, two sisters and a brother.
yeah. She can pull the information on them as well.
Yeah, she can get yeah, she'll kind of messages back quickly. She can get employment records on the two of them, at least the most updated that they have, which may be a couple weeks or so out of date, but their employment records for the two that they know of or that they know are employees there.
Ugh. Sorry.
Alright.
I'm a little
No, you're
yawny.
good. Yanni. She can send those probably over pretty quickly. They're largely, uh, you know, basic. That they both worked for Landmark Minerals for years as miners on Heraklion. Neither has any like black mark or anything like that on their records. They're just basic workers, basic miners, sort of unskilled. Well, mining is skilled, but they're
Skilled labor, but nothing special.
yeah. As far as the records say, both still employed on Heraklion. Heading to the lounge next.
Yeah, it
Yep.
seems like where we need to go.
All right. Yeah, you get there. Um, you see a lady with a white rose in her lapel sitting at the bar. She's sporting a nice black eye. Um, Drinking a soda. She waves as you come in. You two clearly not being minors.
Oh, hang on just a second, guys.
Ow.
So there's no way to sort on. Is there? There's got to be a way to sort by hours played.
Uh, I don't know.
It's just I just have played and unplayed, but no like. Mhm.
Uh, not in the library, but if you go to your profile, recently played
Mhm.
all games, and then click on playtime.
Mm.
Profile.
There we go.
Playtime. Oh yeah, holy cow. Oh! Wow. Hey,
Right.
that's
Yeah. 9 of my top 10 are football manager games.
hmm.
Uh, One of those 10 is Binding of Isaac, and then RimWorld. Man, I really Baldur's Gate 3, Starbound. I did play a lot of Starbound, but I haven't played it for thanks since 2019. Ark, City
Yeah.
Skyline. Yeah. I'm also more of an Xbox gamer though, so it's like I wonder. I.
You wonder what that
Okay.
those are at.
Yeah.
There's the list of my top.
There's Destiny. Yeah, there you
Yep,
go.
Destiny way in the lead.
Risk of
1,300
Rain.
hours more.
Okay.
Risk
What's a
of Rain
college
2.
perspective? Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Right on. Get a life. Go learn a language.
No. Yeah, I learned a language. It's called Destiny 2.
Yeah. Yeah. My ability to recognize, obscure Eastern European names by recruiting soccer players from Eastern European countries is pretty good. So there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's useful information. Um, all right. Yeah, you see, she got a shiner. She's drinking a soda. Hop, if that's your persuasion. And yeah,
I'll so walk up there. Hello, Catherine. Geno. This is Lexian here.
Catherine. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Immediately I see your black eye there. You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's and she holds up like her arms, and she's got like a few bruises on her arms as well. Um, uh, rich men being what they are, thinking that the world belongs to them, or the galaxy belongs to them.
I think I understand what you're saying. Well, I guess all that being said, you must not be as upset as what I once thought you might be, so we can be a little more frank, a little less beat around the bush with our conversation.
He nods.
So, were you in your stateroom last night?
No.
And when was the last time you were there?
Well, I guess my stateroom yesterday morning, midday. I
Okay.
changed to get ready for dinner.
Okay. And when's the last time you spoke to Rico?
Last night we had wine in his office.
What time was that?
Mm, 7 o'clock.
Okay. And what time did you leave? How long were you guys together?
Not very long. Maybe half an hour before he lost his temper and I left.
So you said you hadn't been to your room since then. So is that when he hurt you? Was then?
Uh, he we argued, but he didn't. This was from before.
Okay. And when you say you left, you didn't go back to your room or anything after that?
No,
And where did you end up going to then?
will you give me a persuasion check? So true.
A 10.
I um I went to stay with a friend from home. My an ex.
Okay. Hang on just a sec, guys. Sorry.
No, no worries.
Did we ever get the fingerprints? Like the information about them?
You got them, but you don't have any data to compare them to, because
Like it wouldn't be in
it
their file.
maybe
It wouldn't be in their files if.
yeah. So I guess Urshikan's two of the three would have Urshikan and Martin's or Lukragix. They're both employees of Landmark, so their
Yeah,
fingerprints will be on record, but the third one wasn't.
third one not on record.
Okay. Um. All right. What was she saying? I'm sorry.
No, no problem. She was saying she went to stay with her ex.
Okay. Okay. So you are aware that Mosh is in town then.
Yeah,
Have you been in contact with him since he got here?
seen him a couple times. Yeah,
That have anything to do with why Ringall put his hands on you?
no. She smiles. He wasn't threatened by Mosh.
And so you left and you went straight there to. After you left, you went straight to stay with Mosh, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And was he there when you got there?
Yeah,
And how was he?
happy to see me.
Okay. And do you guys have any conversations or anything? Well, about what was going on? Was he aware of you getting hurt?
He's not blind. He's, a little thick, but he's not an idiot.
I mean, so obviously that's what led to her outburst, or led to his outburst the night
Well,
of.
timeline wise, that doesn't make sense. He would have had to have the outburst beforehand.
Yeah, that you guys saw that before her her meeting up with him. But as she said, her black eye was from a previous
A
incident. It
pre,
wasn't from
yeah,
last night. Yeah.
yeah. So he saw it, had the altercation, then she met back up with him, had some wine while Moshe was somewhere, and then and then everybody wakes up at some point, and Urshikan's dead.
And with this all happening, what's your plans? Are you staying with Moshe then?
Yeah, he's got he paid for passes for us to go home.
Okay. All right. Was that a plan before or after the argument last night?
It was his plan before, but it wasn't mine.
Gotcha. So he bought the tickets beforehand, but you had no intentions, or did you not know the plan, or just had no intentions?
Both.
Okay. Um, do you think Moshe would be open to just having a quick conversation?
Give me another persuade check.
Ah, that's only a 5.
I'll see what I can do. I'll have him reach out to you, maybe.
I appreciate that. Obviously, we're not, this isn't an interrogation. We're not trying to interrogate anybody. So, if he wants to talk, great. If he doesn't, then we'll understand that too. Um, like I said, this is just kind of getting ahead of the thing a little bit and trying to figure out what's a little bit of what's going on. Just collecting information.
Mm-hmm.
So appreciate your time. Sorry for your unfortunate injuries and sorry for your loss if you see it that way. If not, understood too, to be perfectly honest. Um, but we'll leave you be. Are you okay with me giving you a call if I had any more questions?
That's fine.
Okay. Well, thank you, and hope your life goes better from here.
Me too.
And we'll get out of the bar, I guess.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, she's lying.
Mm,
Cause it was obvious from her room that stuff was taken, as in like I'm getting stuff together to leave, not as in like I changed for dinner.
yeah.
And she's not been back to the room since all this happened, and since she found out about the tickets, so the last time she was in her room, she apparently had no idea about a plan to leave or no plan to leave regardless. So she's definitely lying.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
still
it would also make sense if she's in there having wine, distract him while somebody comes up behind and stabs.
Yeah, I got 3 sets of prints. Let's take a little break here and see what we can find out with these prints, and maybe look at some. If you want to do some searching, look at these look up those names, and try and see if we can find out some way they might be related. And
Uh oh. Alex asked about the prints just while you stepped away. The
Yeah.
two you got two that you cleared. One was Urshikan's. One set was Urshikan's. One set was Martin's, and the third set was unknown because the only prints you have to compare them to are landmark employees.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if she was in there drinking wine, likely the third prints are hers.
Think
But
we can
why
come
would you
back after.
use?
Think we can come back after she leaves and grabs that cup and grab that cup.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. If I don't know, we'd have to snatch it up without the bartender getting angry at us. But beyond that, that definitely would give us a comparison.
I mean, we could do like we were talking about earlier and just give him a real nice tip for it.
Yeah, that probably would work. Might be the easiest way to go right now. Well, how about step back into the bar and maybe or actually no, I don't want to take a chance if we see us coming back in. I'll look around. Is there any place we can go kind of sit where we would be out of sight, but we could see her when she leaves?
Yeah, you have to make like a stealth or deception check, but yeah.
Okay. Um, do you have the deception skill or
Hold,
stealth?
hold.
Because I don't have either. What I'm
Stealth would
thinking is
be
if
like
you
you guys hiding so she doesn't see you. Deception would be like you guys she might see you, but you clearly will look like you're doing something else. It's a public area. It's okay for you guys to be standing there, but like, failure on the deception, you're clearly like watching her leave, and then like scuttling into the bar behind her.
Ah, damn it! I could have done that. I guess we can't go back in time and do that.
What'd you do?
So I was just searching through the psionics to see if there was a way that I could like detect if she was the one leaving or something, and like we could like go in shortly thereafter.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I could have just done read surface thoughts while talking to her, and could have
Sure.
had a that the entire time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whew. Okay, I just saw that probe. The application of great psionic strength will enable a telepath to delve deep into the mind of a subject and then read their innermost thoughts. Questioning can be used in the procedure to force the subject to divulge specific information. A telepath can easily determine deliberate untruths told or thought by the subject. Cannot be used against a shielded mind, and the effect determines the clarity of the perception. And it's a very difficult, a 12 plus.
good lord.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, I feel like those prints are definitely going to be hers. I don't know if it's worth us taking the risk of making it look like we're on to her. Maybe we go find where Moshe's staying and see what we can figure out there.
You just remember.
Yeah, we could do that.
that where you're heading?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, you head to his stateroom. Get there easily enough.
Well, we go knocking on his door. Wait, you can move things, right? Like
Yeah, telepathy.
force push and all that? Yeah. Can you make something knock on his door? And hang on just a second again, guys.
I don't know if I have force knock.
Or stuck.
Yeah.
You have to like pick up a rock and throw a rock into it.
Hey, is there a rock in the hallway here?
No. Yeah. I'll be right back while he's right back. Being right
All
back.
right. And I will be here.
That's right.
Okay, back.
All right. Uh, Henry stepped away for a second.
Oh, I'm really starting to think it's either her or Mosh that killed him.
Yeah, so am I.
She would be the one that would have the knife because it's carried by women. There wasn't one in her place, but her stuff was also, like I said, was missing. So if she has one, she could have took it with her too.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you just cast Zone of Truth? You know?
I know that would make things work so much better.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but as far as the telekinesis goes, I was thinking if you could take an object and like knock it up against his door, and we can hide around the corner just to see if he opens his door.
The Jedi Ding Dong Ditch.
Yes.
At that point, why don't we just ding dong ditch him?
I mean, my fear is if it how far around the corner is it from his door?
Uh, not too far. A good athletics check could get you around the corner without him finding you, catching you.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're the athletic one out of the two of us.
Dex.
Dex is okay, but I think you got me beat. I got a +1 in Dex.
I also have a +1 index.
Ah,
My main characteristic is endurance. I'm really tough.
that's right.
That's the +2. Everything else is +1.
Wait, if you're good. Wait, what's your int? Your int's too high. Never mind. So if you're gonna be dumb, you better be tough, but you have a high int.
I have a 9 int. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Maybe
I'm just
average
I'm
intelligence.
I'm buff. I'm
Uh,
smart. I just can't talk worth shit.
yeah.
I have a 2 social. All right.
Well, I mean, if you want to knock the door and run,
There may be ways to like make a persuasive argument, but use, go. God, let's say use facts and logic, but that's just Ben Shapiro. Never mind. um, there's like there's got to be a way to use int and education for a persuade check, because social is just your social standing, not your charisma, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess using facts and logic. Um, it's just been co-opted. All right. So who's ding dong ditching him?
I guess I will.
Go
Oh
for it.
man. Uh, Now is this athletics dex?
Athletics dex. Yeah.
Okay, with my dex on top of that.
Yeah.
All right, so it's a +1. I don't know if you had that at all, Gino.
That's what I'd have to.
Okay, so well, I guess the world wants me to ding dong ditch because that is another boxcars.
Yes.
So 13.
Yeah. You. Boom, boom, and you use like in my mind, you use your power
I
hand, so
use
it's like real. It's real. The police are here knocking on the door. Bam,
I
bam,
use
bam.
my left.
And then you just boom take off around the corner, and there's a slow motion shot of you like Usain bolting it around this corner, tight angles. You're turning, and the door is sliding open, and as you round the corner, a guy sticks his head out, and this guy's like 6'4", 6'5", like big burly, like miner looking dude, um, and he's like, hello, hello, who the bloody hell's there? Hello, must have been the wind. And he turns around and closes the door.
Oh god, it's cursed.
It's reincarnated as a human miner.
That's a big dude. I will say the angle on that knife strike was from up on high. How tall is Katerin and how tall is Urshikan?
Urshikan's probably like 5'10". Calderon's probably like 5'6". Yeah.
How tall is Martin?
Martin is about 5'10" as well. Maybe a little taller, maybe like close to 6 foot. Where Urshikan is a little more like pudgy. Martin's pretty like lithe and thin. He's also a good 15 years younger.
Okay.
Oh, well, let's kind of hang out here for a while. He doesn't know us really, so if he was to leave his room while we're hanging out here, it would probably not be a big deal. Uh, is our code good for any door? Cause is it like a maintenance code?
No, it
No.
just gets you into to Urshikan's suite
Would we be
and the
able?
adjoining.
Would Aguilar be somebody who could get us a code like that so we could get into his room?
With enough evidence to get yourself a search warrant.
Okay, so we couldn't do it off books.
No, you could. From interacting with her, she won't. She is she is like a New Byron citizen through and through. She has like a firm belief in the law. Even that sounds like kind of weird though, because she's letting you guys do this. But she has her own head canon in how she chooses to interpret New Byron legal code, and uh, contracting you guys out to do this investigation is one thing, but helping you break into someone's, even though you have a lot of circumstantial evidence to make them a clear suspect, no actual hard evidence to directly point to this person. Um, yeah, I don't think you have enough for a search warrant. Direct infringements on people's civil liberties. We'll say that's where she draws the line.
Um, While we wait, let's give Martin a call.
Oh, yeah. Again, real quick. Uh, Going back to Keterin being possibly a liar. Uh, Martin told her that he was dead.
He knew. Yeah.
Yeah, but he also said that he hadn't talked to her.
Did he?
Yeah, he said that he didn't know because he hadn't talked to her. I could also be misremembering that.
No, I probably
Okay.
misstated that. He just didn't know where she was. That's my bad.
Okay.
He
Yeah.
would have said like, oh yeah, I let her know, but I don't know where she is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my fault.
Sorry, I had that a little bit farther back in my notes, and I was like, wait a second.
Yeah. But you're on a good Martin call.
Yes.
All right. Yes, Mr. Starheart. How can I help you?
Hey, Martin, I was kind of wondering, do you have access to accounts like money accounts and stuff for Urshicon or Katerin or anybody like that, or would that stuff all be out of your reach?
I have access to uh some company accounts, but not his personal account. No, that would be him and his no, that would just be him and yeah.
And you've been with Katerin a couple months, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how's
Oh,
that
excuse
work?
me.
Does he give her money? Did he give her an account or anything like that?
No, he tends to give her money.
And do you know, I didn't see it anywhere, but he keeps all his money in an account, right? Nothing like in a safe in his suite or anything.
No, he keeps it in an account, and he I think when she needs cash, he transfers money into a separate account for her own personal account.
Okay. And I don't know if I asked before, when did you see her last?
Battering?
Yeah.
Last night. She was uh, there when we got back from dinner.
Um, you said she had some wine with him in his office. Was that before or after your conversation with him when he asked you for those files?
Before I remember seeing the decanter and the glasses set out, but she
And so
wasn't
she
there.
was gone when after that?
Yeah,
But you don't know if she went back to her room or went somewhere else.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
Um, I know we don't have cameras, but do you have records of
Door codes?
um, door codes being used?
We should.
I don't, but the station would. Yeah.
Okay, good deal. We'll look there. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And hop off phone with him while we're still sitting there, kind of watching to see if Most does anything, goes anywhere.
Yeah.
And
How
I'll
long are you gonna
call.
wait?
Um, what do we think? What are we willing to wait? An hour, 2 hours, something like that, or
Well, we also don't want to get caught by Keterin coming back if she comes
that
straight
is
back.
true.
So
That is true.
probably only like an hour.
All right. So here in that hour, I'll make that phone call, and after that, I'd make a phone call to Aguilar, I guess, to see if she can grab get those door codes
Sure.
for the the suite, and then Urshikan's office if she can, and then Katerin's stateroom.
Okay. Yeah. You guys wait. Yeah, she can get those things for you. Um, and you wait an hour, and you can see Cadrin coming down the hallway. You guys pick your head out, see her, and she goes into Moshe's room, stateroom. She seems to have a code. She buzzes herself in. After that hour, you get that information. I'm trying to. These times are like kind of rough. It's like not like specific minutes, but let's see. What do we know? We know that they returned from dinner about 6 o'clock. Catherine said she was having wine with Ershkon at 7, right?
Yeah.
So you get her entering. Well, I guess you would probably wouldn't get the all the internal doors.
Right, that's why I just thought
Yeah,
the suite entrance may be his office. I didn't know if there'd be access to that or not. And
yeah.
then her room.
Her external door would. I don't know if her internal door would or not, because that could just be like a push button to enter. Um, so the suite, you get Ershkon entering at 6:30 ish, which makes sense for when they would have gotten home from dinner. Um, the next entrance, because again from like the last investigation, you guys know you don't get exits, or you don't get, if like somebody opens the door from the inside, that doesn't trigger anything. Um, the next entrance would be really probably Martin at 10 coming back. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so nothing useful there.
No. Yeah. So if a door, yeah, because if a stateroom door is open from inside the suite, it wouldn't be logged.
Uh, let's what do we think? Do we go back to Aguilar with what we know? You think we know enough for her to get a search warrant for Moshe's room?
I mean, we don't have physical hard proof of it.
I mean, we have a knife that would be something that she would have. Yes, there are other people who could have it.
Yeah,
We have the fact that what's that?
Bortai would have one.
Yep.
Uh,
Um,
Moshe, if he stole it from somebody else, would have one, or could have one.
um, let's go talk to Bortai. I feel like if we can mark her off the list, that narrows things down a lot. Maybe she has an alibi.
Yeah. You can meet her. She's kind of operating an office out of a stateroom. If you ring the doorbell, she answers.
Hi, Geno Starheart.
Board type. No, 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 no,
uh,
no. Are you
we've
on them?
we've met in passing a couple times. I don't know if you've heard the news yet, but your rival Ursha Khan is he's been murdered.
She like you catch a little smile on her face before she kind of like has the decorum to cover it up, and she's like, I heard. Small station, news travels fast.
Okay. So what's it called? It's not Herculean, is that it?
Heraclean.
Heraclean. Um, what you probably don't know, and I feel like this might be important to you, is he was murdered with a Heraclean blade.
He shrugs.
I'm not here accusing you because honestly, I don't think you did it, but I know you're in opposition of his, and I know you're from Heraclea, and you would most
So
likely
are
have one. What's
15
that?
million other. So are a couple 100 million other people.
Oh no, I fully agree, and he has plenty enemies, but you're a more visible one,
You were also on
and
record saying that you would kill him. So
there is that too.
Yeah.
just trying to cross you off the list here of suspects.
Yeah.
Um, so would you be in possession of a blade?
I think you know that I would be.
Are you in possession of it now?
Give me a persuade check.
I'm gonna burn a couple luck on this
All right.
one, and I needed it. That gives me an 8.
He she kind of looks at you for a second, long enough for for it to just be like the touch of an awkward silence, and she picks up a foot, like picks her foot up and like pushes a little button on her shoe, and a little like hatch comes out. She's got like little platform like boots, almost like work boots, but she's got a little lift in them. Push a button, and a little thing pops out, and she pulls the dagger out. Yeah, she kind of like goes to hand it to you, does the old like flicks the blade back towards you when you try to grab it, and then smiles again and flicks the handle towards you. Then you can take it out and take a look at it.
Looking
Um,
at it, what?
yeah,
How I say? What does it look like in comparison to the other one?
Same general like it's the same, largely the same shape. They're all. I'll show you a picture. They're all kind of what are those like little? I always kind of compare them to like dinosaur claws. Those little like dagger things that kind of
Karambit.
like yeah. They kind of look like that, but not quite as swoopy. God, these adjectives not quite as curved. A little more harder on the angles. Um, Hers seems to be made out of like nice materials, but they're not like gold. It's more like titanium and harder metals, but still expensive materials. And then the blade on hers has like filigree and is inlaid with maybe just some sort of like darker steel. Very pretty, not quite as fancy, but still at the same time a very nice knife.
Okay. Um, thank you. I mean, that alone helps a lot. You wouldn't happen to have a an alibi about where you were last night, would you?
The union meeting.
The union meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And when did that? What time was? What times does that run?
It went to about 10, and then quite a few of us were having a drink in the lounge until about 1.
Okay. And when did it start?
The union meeting? Oh, 3.
Oh man, that's hell of a meeting.
We're trying. Yeah, I guess it's more of a planning meeting than an actual union meeting, but we're trying to get things started. I was, setting up, I guess, at 3. The meeting itself didn't start till about 5, but I was there with a couple other members, and we were getting things going.
Oh, good. That
Picture.
I felt like that pretty well rules you out. You still got your blade. You've got a place where lots of people knew you were there. So I think you're pretty shored up there. We're good there. But wonder if I can ask you one more question before we head out, and I'll pop up the picture of the blade
Hmm.
and of the handle of the blade. Um, this is sorry, there's a little bit of I tried to keep it where the wound wasn't there so much, but there's a little bit there. Otherwise, could you take a look at this? You obviously are going to be far more versed in this in Heraclean culture than I am. This I see that your blade is made out of different materials, so there's definitely differences between these.
Hmm.
Um, do you know? Do you know who would have one that looks like this one?
No, I mean it could be anybody. It's they're handed down from mother to daughter to grandmother to granddaughter. It's could be anybody's. I've seen
And
people living on the street with nicer knives.
that
You
makes
don't
sense.
you don't you don't give it away, and you certainly don't leave it behind.
Well, and that was okay. So that was going to be my
Shame that
next
was brought
question.
on. Yeah.
This thing was just left sticking in him left? Is that that's something that a Heraclean woman would basically never do?
No. Yeah, like very seriously is like um yeah, it's like no, that would no. I mean, one, why would you leave your knife behind? And two, no, that would bring. I mean, that would be dishonoring your entire family. That's just what are you gonna do? Buy a new knife and then give that to your granddaughter when she's ready for one? No, that's absurd.
Okay, well, I had a leading suspect. You've cast some doubts on that. Not a bad thing. As long as we're getting closer toward the truth, that's what matters. I appreciate it. I saw your flash of a smile there. Dude was a dick. You don't have to feel bad.
I don't. And she
Hope,
and she and she chuckles as you say it. Yeah, you chuckle a little
hopefully,
bit. She chuckles a little bit. Yeah, so it's chuckle fest.
hopefully, with him out of the way, you and your union pals can make a little bit of headway.
Hopefully, but I'll just replace him with someone like him.
That is the way that tends to go. Well, again, appreciate your time. We'll leave you to it.
Yeah, she gives you a nod, closes the door. This is what they look like, but fancy. But that's the general shape. So you got the little thumb hole.
Okay.
Okay.
So maybe she wasn't lying. Maybe she's telling the truth. Maybe somebody wanted to make it look like she was fleeing.
I mean, we do still have uh Yukahil that we could talk to. He's the Aslan who constantly gets yelled at that we've been seeing.
Hmm. Yeah, can't hurt to check him out. If it's all right, I'll let you do the talking on that one.
Alright, where's the table?
I guess. Do we know
Well,
where he's at?
well,
Yeah, you know
his
where his stateroom is.
yeah, his stateroom's right beside Catherine's. So
It's not accessible from inside the suite, so it's probably not blocked off as a crime scene. He's probably still there. It's
Okay.
it's like a neighboring, it would be like a staff of whatever dignitary is. So yeah.
Well, let's head back there. I wouldn't mind looking around Catherine's room one more time either.
All right. You gonna go there first, or look around Catherine's room first?
Let's talk to him first.
Okay. You head there, knock on his door, and you just hear, kind of growly from inside. Enter.
I'll push Lexian on the back.
all right, I'll head in.
He's sitting on like a little rug that he seems to have brought, with him, cross-legged, and is kind of almost like in a meditative state. A couple like candles burning around him. He's getting ready to summon a demon, and yes.
Hey, just wanted to ask you a couple questions about everything that's happened here in the last couple hours or last day.
I did
Uh,
not kill him. I will say no more.
I don't. I believe that you didn't kill him. Just wondering if you heard anything.
Will you give
Do
me a persuade check?
Okay. I do not have persuade, so that's a -3. Do I use
What's
any
he
other
rolling
modifiers
with?
for it?
Gauche.
Don't. Please don't. That'd be a -5.
Yeah. Yeah.
I- if that's the case, I'm burning all four of what's left of my luck.
I wouldn't.
Wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't do it. I'm gonna give yeah. So yeah.
Persuade check, because it doesn't seem like he's going to be willing to talk to us anyway.
Um. I would roll it, see if maybe you get boxcars, but I wouldn't spend the luck.
Okay. 7. -5, 2.
I did not kill him. I will say no more.
Alright. I mean,
I guess we'll leave him be then.
alright, I guess we'll leave you be. I have spoken.
He turns his head like a few degrees and nods, and you just see the back of his head bobbing.
Alright.
Once.
We know he's honorable.
Well, and we could say that looks suspicious, but it's also an intelligent thing to do.
Yeah?
um, will you guys give me? Guys give no, oh, I guess it would probably be like science xenology, wouldn't it?
Which
I
is
have
not
a
something I've.
science skill, so that would give me a 0 in that.
Education.
I can give it a shot.
Okay.
No, that's wait, a 6.
Okay. Yeah. Very good. Or sophontology. Same thing, though. Yeah. It would have been
Well,
sophontology. No, you're good.
let's look around Caterin's room a little more. See if we can find maybe a shoe print or something in there, or somebody was taking stuff out of her room. Maybe they knocked something up against a wall or something. Maybe if we both go through it with a kind of fine tooth comb.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, you gonna go in there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Recon or investigation. Int, your choice.
I'll do investigation.
I'll
And
do
what are you looking
recon.
for?
Got an 8.
Nice.
12.
Uh, oh, jeez. I think together you guys find, uh, like obviously that her, all of her, not all of her clothes were gone. So you do find that like she's got 5 or 6 bags like luggage, like bits of luggage. When you're flying first class, you can check as much luggage as you want. It does seem like it's a like probably a matching set, and there's maybe one piece of luggage missing. And like just with a 12, just like visually doing some like mental Tetris, looking at the varying sizes of all of her luggage bags. It's probably the most like standard carry-on size bag that's missing. But it's just one bag, and it's probably enough clothes to fit in that one bag. But nothing else like of note jumps out to you.
Did it look like the clothes were all like, are there empty hangers there where the clothes were?
Yeah, there are.
Are they all together, or are they just randomly spaced out?
No, it's probably randomly spaced out. Various things, things from her like coats, her pants, dresses, blouses, her underwear drawer, her sock drawer. Everything has a little bit of something taken from it, and no jewelry.
I mean, there's no jewelry in the room, or
Yes, no jewelry in the room.
does there look like there was a place for jewelry? A
Yeah, there's
jewelry.
like an empty jewelry box. Well, I guess it looks like there's a place where there probably was jewelry, and it's empty. There's like a bathroom and makeup and
Like a
stuff like
vanity.
that. And then, yeah, a vanity. Thank you.
Hmm.
Well, I feel like I'm down to it's either Mosh and Caterin. I don't know which one actually did the murder, but they would be in on it together. Or the wild card would be Martin.
Yeah.
He heard the argument. He knew she left. He went into the room, took her knife.
Maybe we could always go back and ask her about a knife, about the knife.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go back and talk to her. Tell her that's what we found, and we're just needing some information. Obviously, we're not the authorities, but we're just gathering information to cross people off the list. So if she could just give us, produce her knife, or
Mm-hmm.
verify that's not hers or whatever, and just we could see how she reacts.
And when we go to talk to her, not interrogate, go to talk to her, I will be trying to cast detect thoughts or detect surface thoughts. Yeah.
dare you? Sorry.
Read surface thoughts. That's.
Take this game seriously.
I'm gonna
No,
cast detect dots.
you space wizard. What is this? Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why that tickled me so much. um, yeah, okay, cool. So you're gonna head back to Moshe's room?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Or
we
did
could
you
just
say you were calling her? Sorry,
we could
I
yeah.
was distracted because I was trying to pull up a picture of the actor I pictured playing Moshe. I'm just gonna drop it in the chat because it's quicker. It's not that quicker, but this is what Moshe looks like. Shit, it didn't work. Why didn't it not work? Oh, there it is. Just, big British. Yeah, that's Moshe. Anyway, yeah. What? You fucking what, mate? Anyway.
Yeah. We could call Kettering and set up another meeting.
Okay.
I mean, we know where she's staying. Would it be step too far for us to just go knock on the door?
I mean, we didn't want to deal with him last time. We literally ding dong ditched him.
Yeah, but we're not there to see him. We're there to speak to her, and he can speak to us if he would like to.
Well, then the question is do you want me to cast read surface thoughts on him then instead of her?
I mean, if they're both in the room, I still feel like she's the better play there. So yeah, I think it's her regardless.
Okay. Cause like I could,
Because
hey,
if if that's her knife, then she has to know about it. So she has to know something.
okay, and if he's in on it, then he'll be sitting there thinking like, oh, thank God they're talking to her about it, not me, or something like that.
And you can't do both.
I mean, I don't think so.
I'll let you make a judgment call based on how they're acting when we get there.
I mean, also depending on the amount of time that we spend there, because it only lasts on average about 60 seconds, or at most
Gotcha.
60 seconds. So I could probably, if we're there for a little while, I could probably cast it once on each. I say
Uh,
cast because it's just the easiest way to.
yeah, maybe we'll make it. Like I said, I'll let you make a judgment call based on reactions. When I go to show the knife, you can
Okay.
choose one to check first, and then for there long enough, check the other one. That's
All
if
right.
we even end up having motion in the room with us.
All right. Lead the way.
I guess we, yeah, I guess we'll head back there then.
Hit the doorbell. Door slides open, and just this big hulking miner is standing in front of you. Whoa.
Hi, I'm assuming you're Mosh, correct?
Who are you?
Name's Jeno Starheart. I spoke with Katerin earlier. I was I know she's staying here with you. I just had a couple more questions I wanted to ask her if that would be okay if she's here.
And he just like looks at you menacingly.
I'm gonna I'm gonna do it to him right now. I don't like this, so I'm gonna uh, do that right now.
Which read
Read
surface
surface
thoughts.
thoughts. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
So it's an 8 up. Uh, plus my psi, which is 1. Telepathy is at a 0, so here we go. That is 8 plus 1, 9.
Nice. And so read surface thoughts. What do you get?
So what it says is only active and current thoughts are read by this ability, uh, with the subject, if themselves not a telepath, unaware of the activity.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So he's thinking about like he's sizing you both up, and he's actively thinking about looking intimidating, because he's like, I guess how does this actually come across in his thoughts? I guess it's harder to give you specific words versus like what he's thinking. So I'll just
Yeah.
say what he's thinking, if that's all right. He's actively sizing you guys up. He's trying to look intimidating. He's concerned about her. He like doesn't want you guys to like take her to jail or something. Like he doesn't really know why you're here, but he also like doesn't want her to be hurt anymore. He's just being super aggressive in terms of what he believes is
Aggressive
protecting her.
protection.
Yeah.
Okay.
So and so you kind of get that right away. He's like, 1 moment, please. And he clicks a button and the door closes. And you guys stand there for 30 seconds or so. And the door opens up and it's Katerin. And she's like, oh, go ahead.
Would I be able to detect his thoughts while he's talking to Katerin too?
Yeah, probably.
So
the range on it can't be that short, so it's gotta be longer.
The range is long, which is
you can.
51 to 250 meters.
Okay.
Is the distance.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So you hear him as he's thinking what he's saying. There's a guy named there's some bloke named Jeno Starheart and another guy here to see you. I don't like the look of him. And she says something, and he goes, well, I guess that's okay then. I'll stand in the corner and look intimidating. And then you just hear, look intimidating. Scowl around if you have to. And the door opens up, and it's her. And you see him in the corner, grumbling to himself. And she's like, yes, Jeno, how can I, Mr. Starheart, how can I help you?
Hi, yeah, so
He's slowly stepping closer.
And are we okay discussing this with Moshe here? I know we had asked about speaking to him earlier, and I don't want to impose on anything.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, are you okay with us stepping in so we're not having the discussion in the hallway?
Sure. I don't know if I like that. That's his internal monologue. I'm just kidding.
We'll go in and I'll sit down.
I reckon
so.
Take that one's arm off and beat the other one to death with him. I'll try it if I have to. And yeah, so, what's going on?
So as you know, we're not police. We're not here to.
Oh, that's good.
And so we're not here to take anybody to jail. We're not here to issue any kind of, we're not, nobody's under arrest or anything like that. But we did go back and we looked around the suite. I saw the body, and going through the suite, we looked in your room as well, Katerin, and there's a couple things that I just need to run by you, just to make sure that you're in clear and all good, because obviously, I mean, dude just did what he did to you. Mosh is here. You guys aren't looking good once the actual cops get here, and I'm just trying to clear good names ahead of time.
In his head, oh shit, I'm actually gonna have to fight these fuckers.
And so, first off, you said you hadn't been back to your room since you and him had the argument, and you didn't know you were leaving. And I'll actually, while I'm saying this, can I do a recon check while I'm talking to her?
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm just looking to see if I see the bag that goes with that set around the room. Here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I only got a 6 though.
Yeah, it's a low difficulty because it's sitting in the corner. You see it. It's the same style, same color. It's clearly part of the matching set.
So
I guess 6 difficulty, probably 4, 6. Yeah.
when you left, I can't remember how this went. Did you go back to your room after your argument before you left? Did you go back to your room or did you just leave straight from his office?
She kind of pauses and even in motion says, like, "Say something, say something." And he's like getting nervous because she's not talking, and she goes, "Yeah, no, I went back to my room and packed a bag. It was yeah, I did, and I came here."
Okay. Um so you said you had no plans on leaving at that point, right?
That day I didn't. Well, no, I thought you had asked me if when I found out Moshe was here, I didn't have any plans on leaving, and then you didn't in his head. But after that fight, no, I knew I had to get out. I knew I had to leave.
Okay, but you didn't know about the ticket at that point.
No, he told me. Moshe told me. I knew about the ticket. I didn't know when he first got to the station, but I knew before last night.
Okay.
Or at least knew he came to get me. You know, I maybe didn't know he had a ticket specifically, but I knew he was here to get me. That's right, honey bunny. No one's ever gonna touch you again.
And I know you're Heraclean, and I know it's the culture of Heraclean women that you guys all carry a dagger. It's very important to you guys. Obviously, a dagger is a very viable murder weapon. Um, do you have yours?
You give me a persuade check.
I'm
Can you
gonna
give me
burn
inner
2
monologue?
more luck.
Hmm?
Well, burn 2
Yeah.
more luck on this one.
Yeah.
That's an 8.
Um. No, I don't. I don't have it.
And why not?
I lost it.
When was that?
I don't know. And she's like looking down at the ground.
Uh, has he had any inner monologue at all while this is going on?
While the knife is going on specifically, to talk about
Yeah,
the knife.
while specifically asking about the knife.
Yeah, he's probably like, "Where's your knife? Where's your knife? Oh no, honey, where's your knife?"
Okay.
Yeah, he's wondering. He's wondering where her knife is. Too.
Then, uh, hearing that, I will switch my thoughts to her.
Okay.
So,
You
yeah.
have to roll again.
I'll have to roll again.
Okay.
I won't have the +1 due to my psi score going down, but
Just need an 8.
yeah, I just need an 8, but I'm gonna burn 2 luck, so I still have a +2,
Okay.
and it's a good thing that I did, because that is a 7 + 2, 9.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you? So
go ahead.
we didn't do it for me reading his thoughts. It's supposed to be 1d times 10 plus psi score
Okay. For time.
on the time limit. And
Okay.
it's like at most it's like what 60 seconds. It says 1d times 10 seconds, comma psi.
Okay. Do you want to roll
So
1d?
yeah,
Thanks
6.
For that. 6. So 6.
Yeah,
So a minute.
so full minute. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Wait. 1d times 10 plus psi score.
It says 1d times 10 seconds, and then
Okay.
comma psi. I think that meant that it's like, is it adding the psi or no?
Oh no, the comma is that's the skill you use to do the check. So
Okay, it's just 1d times
duration.
yeah,
Yeah. Let me
just
look at
1d
that because
times
that might
10.
also be.
Yeah.
I think for psi skills that's the duration, but that's also usually where the time it takes to make the check goes is right before the thing, but probably not
Okay.
in this case.
I just
Oh,
put it in
thank
the
you.
chat real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Ah, and the effect of the check determines the clarity of the telepath's perceptions.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The first thing you feel is like her shame thinking about it. And uh, you got a 9, so that's a +1 effect. So that's decent enough. And as he's asking her like where's her knife, and she says I lost it. You feel her shame, which is like that tracks with her losing the dagger, but then you can kind of like hear her inner monologue and her anger at Urshikan and at herself, that she's like, I can't believe I let him fucking take it off of me. Like she can't believe she let him disarm her and take the knife.
Hmm.
But to
So,
Jeno, she's still saying I lost it,
Yeah.
and she doesn't. She's wishy washy on when she lost it.
okay. Um, so I asked this because the murder weapon was left with the body, and it was a Heraclean dagger. So I do have a picture I would like to show you, but beforehand, can you please enlighten me on when and how you lost it? Because something that important you have to have better knowledge of.
She just is like kind of like chewing on her lip and kind of yeah, like kind of not saying anything. Um, I had it yesterday. I lost it at some point yesterday.
You lost it at some point yesterday. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm trying to clear your name because I understand how important these knives are to Heraclean women. So even if he was killed with your blade, I can't see you just leaving it there.
Yeah, she shakes her head.
So if you have any idea how or when you lost it, the last place you saw it at would be helpful.
Uh, we give me one last persuade check. We and with a boon.
Okay. Woohoo! One of those was a 1, the other 2 were 6s.
Oh,
So
nice.
Hey,
that is a
nice.
13.
Stars. She 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 starts to like to cry, and immediately Moshe is like, and immediately in the sense that it is borderline unnerving how quickly he is like behind her with his hand on her shoulder, like trying to comfort her, where he as big as he is, it's shocking that he's like LeBron James fast. um and he's like immediately behind her comforting her before her like first tear leaves her eye. And she starts talking about how she knew Moshe was there, and she sort of like had her own personal realization that she was like, I can't keep doing this. Like, sure, the money and like living a life of luxury is nice, but like she kind of like she just couldn't keep putting herself through it. So when she told uh Ringgold that she was going to leave, and with a 12, it's just all coming out. She told Urshkan that she was going to leave and return home, and he like lost his temper and started to get like physical again with her. So she pulled her dagger out to try to defend herself, but he disarmed her, and she like fled his office, packed a bag, and then came to Moshe. And at this point, Moshe is just like holding her and like rubbing her back and like trying to comfort her. And she's like composed herself at this point. She like lost her composure for a minute or two, but she's also like, I don't know if it's she says specifically or if it comes out in what she's talking about, but the allowing not just losing but specifically like allowing your dagger to be taken from you is like a serious offense in Heraclean custom, not law but like just custom. So it's just like it's hard for her to like even admit that, and she might even say like, please don't tell anybody that it was taken from me like that, or if you do, please don't let that like come to light. Even if I get the knife back, I'll be sort of like looked upon with shame. um but yeah, that's what she kind of spills with your 12.
We'll
And with you
certainly
guys
try to
with you guys
keep that
pressing her.
quiet. Obviously, if it's between you going to jail or that not coming to light, I'm assuming you'd rather it come to light.
She pauses and has to think about it for a second, and even Lexian is like, she's like wondering, I don't know, I guess I could keep, yeah, I could hold my own in jail. But she kind of nods reluctantly as like Moshe's like, say yes, bloody say yes. And yeah, and she nods.
Okay, and with that, I'll pull up the picture and show her the picture. Is this
Yeah,
yours?
she looks at it and then looks away in shame. And yes, it's her knife.
Okay, so like I said, I really do believe you on all this. I think you're being honest. Somebody used your knife after you left to kill him. So I need you to help me right now if you can. Who would do that? Like Martin was there, I know. Do you think Martin would do that?
Well, she doesn't know. She's not sure. She doesn't know why Martin would, but even with her kind of close access to Urshkan and Martin, she doesn't really know what their like professional relationship was like. They spoke to each other, fairly amicably. She doesn't know what the corporate existence is like.
Okay. We have we got to get this figured out because somebody's trying to pin this on you, and I don't want to see that happen. I mean, obviously, prints on the blade were wiped clean. I checked that. Your prints would be all over it because it's yours.
Mm-hmm.
Urshikan's would be all over it since it was yours. Whoever stabbed him, their prints would be all over it. So it had to. They wiped it down afterwards if there was no prints.
She's thinking along with you, and she asks, "Have you checked his computer, his files?"
I have not. Guess we can go back there and do one
He
more
kept
look.
he kept dossiers on everybody he had professional interactions with, and in some cases, personal interactions with.
That is good
He talked
information
about
to know.
yeah. He talked about him sometimes.
And if I let me see, if I'm remembering right, his office door locked with the key code, correct?
Hmm.
And so, unless somebody else got that key code, it would basically be him, Martin, and probably the Aslan guy
Yeah, and Enley,
and Inley.
his bodyguard.
But Inley's got an alibi.
And yeah,
So
that's corroborated. Yeah, because the like the medical wing, there are cameras open there.
let's see.
Yeah,
There's
medical.
no interior door to what's his name, the Aslan guy,
Hmm.
Irakil. So if he came or went from his room, there would be codes for that.
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot a message over to Aguilar and ask her if she can get me those.
Okay. Yeah, she can. For the night of the murder specifically.
Yes.
Yeah, she gets you those. Um, it looks like he just went to his room after dinner, and there were no additional entrances that evening.
And we wouldn't, it doesn't tell you when they exit, it's just when they enter.
Exactly.
When was the next entry after that?
Uh, Oddly enough, the next entry after that is probably not until like mid the next day.
Okay, so he could have just, let's see. I mean, he's head of security. You'd think he'd be up early every day.
Enley?
Yukio.
He's a
So he's
security
not head of
he's a security
he's not.
consultant. He's not head of security.
Yeah, he's not
Oh,
head of station security. He's a
No.
security consultant, so he travels around to different holdings and advises on security matters.
Yeah.
well, let's go back and look in that office one more time. See if we can figure out anything on his computer.
At this point, I'm more than a little kind of suspicious of Martin
Same here.
because he's one of the only ones with a key code there. Urshikan was obviously killed by somebody who he's familiar with.
Yeah, he trusted them. He turned his back to them.
Yeah. And then he was stabbed, so obviously like they were obviously behind him. And yeah.
You said Martin's prints were one of the two sets of prints I lifted.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
you were able to identify Martin and Ringle.
And where was his prints at?
On the decanter.
No, Martin's prints weren't on the decanter. They were on files on the table. Probably one of the chairs in front of Urshikan's desk. Yeah,
All right,
and
sensible places for them to be there.
the door, yeah, the door codes, yeah, door pads. I'll be right back, like a minute and a half.
I'm gonna go take a piss while he's doing that.
All right.
All right.
Josh stepped away.
Yeah. So the meat symbol.
Mm-hmm.
That was meekish. You ever seen a show called The Cleaner?
No.
It's like okay. Well, it's like a British comedy about a crime scene cleaner, and that the picture I pulled for Mosh that's from that show.
Oh,
That
okay.
guy's he's a bartender in a pub where there was a murder, and it's just reading the description of Mosh. He's basically the same guy. Um, it's definitely worth a watch. I would recommend. Yeah,
He looks kind of like Goldberg with beard.
he does. He does look like a British Goldberg. Yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah. All right. So you guys head back to Martin or Ringle's office.
Yep.
The body's still there because you never asked anybody. No, I'm just kidding. I think you guys actually did. You guys did clear to be taken away. Um, yeah, his computer's there on the desk.
I think I'll leave that one up to you, Lexian. I think you're a little better with computers than I am.
Actually, yeah, I am. All right. I guess I'll try and log into his computer.
Okay. Yeah, you can open up his computer. Uh, but his private files are predictably
Locked. Password
locked,
protected.
password protected. Files are organized into security classifications. To access a file within a certain classification, the user must enter the correct password for that classification. Each classification uses a different password. Urshikan's files were classified highest action, and only he knows the password.
Hmm.
Give me 1 second. Ah, yeah, okay, yeah.
Would it have anything to do with the page that I found in Urshikan's notebook?
I don't know. Ah, uh, okay. Well, I apologize. So, I was just trying to get by without having to like explicitly say it, but this mystery takes place technically in like a different part of the Traveler universe, so the planets and things like that aren't exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
So the one thing that should be different on that handout is where it says Arcturus. I think it is at the bottom.
Arcturus is fourth one down.
Fourth one. That should say Schlesian. That should say the system you're in, the belt you're in.
Oh, instead of Harlequin.
Yeah. No, it should still say Harlequin, but it just shouldn't say Arcturus.
Oh, it should say Slesian. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So how can we roleplay this out?
Good question.
Like
Um,
just like going down the line, that would be the fourth. So if a password has 3 lockout attempts, like normal password attempts are like 3, and then it locks out. So it would be
yeah.
just on the opposite side of that. I am skilled in computers. I have a 1.
Mm-hmm.
So like knowing that, would that help a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, so what's your thought? What are you thinking of?
So I'm thinking
What are you
like
thinking?
I see the uh I see the locked things.
Mhm.
the locked files. And I'm looking at this list, and obviously, like, I see the landmark there is Suleiman, but then I also see at the very bottom, landmark is also Melikor. So
Mhm.
if either of those would be a password, why would he use the same password for or have two different passwords for the same thing?
Yeah.
So then, like, I would probably like knock those out, and then, like, just skimming through it, I would see, oh, it's you said the name of the system that we're in, and I can't think of it now. The
Lexian.
Slesian. Yeah, I would see
Schlechten,
that,
yeah.
and I would be like, okay, we're in the Slesian system, so maybe that could be the password. Uh, would it possibly be like a general knowledge thing for realizing that all the other ones are like planets or systems?
Yeah. Yeah. Why don't you give me a int or education check? You can you
All
can
right,
you can choose.
it's a +1 of
Um,
either.
and is there any like I don't know if there's like a science, probably not, that would make sense.
I mean, other than astrogation,
Yeah,
but
we
that's
could do
that.
astrogation.
Yeah. Well, I don't.
That's
I
more like
don't.
plotting.
Yeah,
That's
I don't.
more physics.
Yeah.
I think it's just a kind of a pure. You're doing a
Yeah,
pure logic thing right now.
could be investigation, but I'll take pure logic.
All right. Uh, I'll just do straight intellect. That is an 11.
Nice. Yeah, you know that they are all. And this is where, if we were playing this in the right sector, it would make more sense. So, because there aren't enough surrounding planets with landmark holdings in the islands for this to make sense. But
Okay.
basically, what this should be is that all of those planets are or all those sector names are nearby sectors and planets around the belt you're currently in. And they are all places with landmark holdings where he tours, and like Landmark would be their home base, like Landmark Minerals. So it's like that's his tour, that's his schedule where he goes and visits each facility. Is he goes Landmark, then he goes to Heraklion, then he goes to what's that?
And Aaron.
Anonarchuk.
Yeah.
He goes Ease, and then Anonarchuk, yeah, Arcturus or Silesian near Lithotep. Yeah, so that's like
Tunguska.
that's his tour. Yeah,
Okay.
that's his touring pattern.
All right.
We give me a
Do you want me to give you a computer?
electronics computer
Yeah.
with int. Yeah,
Within. So
this would be kind of a
plus.
code breaking.
Yeah. +2. 13.
Nice. It was a 10. It was a 10 difficulty.
Okay.
So
Good.
you would be familiar at least with like knowing computer passwords and how, especially people with like a little bit more protected data, people who are a little more paranoid about their data will like will rotate through passwords
Mhm.
regularly. Um, and knowing that these are the planets with likely his route that he goes through to tour facilities, it seems like he might be alternating. He might be changing his password every time he goes to a new location.
Okay.
Whereas like most people might just like keep the same password and they'll use it with they'll go here on the same password, there on the same password. He looks like he's changing his password every time he goes somewhere.
Okay. So seeing the sector that or the belt that we're in, I would try the Harlequin password.
Yeah, and that opens up his private files.
All right. I'll start flipping through them. Specifically looking for the dossiers that he has on his friends, or air
Yeah,
quotes friends.
air quotes. Hey man, when you're at the top, everybody's trying to keep you down. There are a few things. So, first thing that jumps out to you, L4M7. You briefly heard talk about that when you were looking at the other mining ships. Um, there are details that Urshikon suppressed reports showing the tragedy as the result of faulty drive components that should have been replaced. and that hiding that information probably not only saved millions in maintaining its loosened safety restrictions, safety standards, but also in compensation to the victims' families. So basically, Urshkan knew that was the whole reason behind the previous mystery you looked for, or why they were also aggravated against the company. It was like all the working conditions, and the company like willfully knew that they were cutting corners and getting people killed. There is a file on Eakil, there's a file on Bortai, there's a file on Lukergik, and there's a file on Omega.
Uh,
And there's a file on a woman named Shark Urshikan.
I'll start with Martin, I guess.
Martin. You pull up his the file with his name on it, and there are several like copies of letters and emails, which are like letters of recommendation. But in reality, it's all information on how Urshikan has denied promotions to Martin for the past 2 years, despite his stellar employee record and recommendations for advancement. Martin has Urshikan has basically been like stonewalling him to prevent, or like kind of blacklisting him from getting promoted, keeping him in his current position.
All right. Yukil?
Ukiel. It's more details on Ukiel's military history with the Imperium. Specifically, how Ukiel was under Urshikan's command. And let's see. They were on Scaramouche, which was a planet where there's a conflict on. In the early stages of the conflict on Scaramouche, Urshikan saved Eakil's life. The Aslan swore a solemn oath to his superior to protect him from all harm and follow him as one of Urshikan's own clan. A few weeks later, in another action, Eakil was put to a supreme test. The Aslan's cousin, a lieutenant, was wounded. Eakil set out to rescue him as he was crawling to the lieutenant's position and reached a point halfway between the command post and the wounded officer's foxhole. He heard Urshikan calling. Rebel troops were rushing the command post, and the general was in danger. Caught between conflicting responsibilities to his cousin and to Urshikan, Eakil chose to rescue the wounded Aslan. Urshikan and the handful of men with him managed to hold off the rebels until relief came, but Eakil had been shamed, dishonored by his failure to discharge his responsibility to Urshikan. The general threatened to make this shame public, bringing the same dishonor down upon the Aslan's family, unless Eakil obeyed the general completely in all things from that time on. So since joining
Okay.
Landmark Minerals, Urshikan has employed Eakil to carry out dirty jobs, those involving force and blackmail against rivals. Still under the threat of revealing the Aslan secrets, Urshikan even vowed to release the secret if Eakil killed himself. Yeah. Recently, however, Urshikan has asked more than Eakil can deliver. He demanded the Aslan take steps to discredit a rival minerals firm, a firm in which the Aslan's sister is an important executive. Carrying out the orders means the ruin of his sister and even greater dishonor.
Okay. You said there was there were two more?
Yeah, there's one on Bortai, and there's one on a woman named Sharik Urshikan.
And then you said Shark?
Sharik, Sharik.
All right. How about the one on Bortai?
Bortai, it is. There you go.
Oh, wait, there was also one on Omega, right?
There's also one on Omega.
Okay.
Yeah. Bortai, it's information on the whereabouts, habits, and movements of her family on Heraklion. It's like if he was gonna, he's keeping tabs on her family.
All right. Sharek?
Sharik appears to be his wife, and it's material being collected against her lawsuit against him. She currently has a lawsuit against him.
And then finally, Omega.
Omega is just a loose collection of rumors surrounding the suspected individual behind many of the sabotages and other incidents plaguing Landmark Minerals over the past year, including the recent theft of the Saber 4. The name is also associated with rumors of a freelance corporate spy operating across the Soleimani Rim. Some reports claim that the agent is a scion with the ability to alter their victim's memory. Oh, there's one more file. Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, okay.
Titled Ling Standard, Ling Dash Standard, and that is a record of correspondence between Urshikan and the mega corporation. Ling Standard is a mega corporation, including the job offer and veiled hints of rewards for worthwhile insider information.
Uh, I'll reel it. Well, I mean, he's probably standing over me reading all this, wouldn't
Yeah,
Geno?
you guys are reading it together.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm.
that gives that gives Martin motive right there, and to put it on somebody else, that's absolutely perfect, and
Yeah.
that is absolutely perfect there, Henry. That gif.
Yeah, there we go.
No, I agree with you. I think Martin's our man.
uh, I mean, don't know how we bring this up as hard evidence, other than we go and talk to him like we did everyone else, and I trying to read his mind.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. We could question him about the knife and about Katerin and her stuff being gone and kind of see where we go from there.
Yeah, so you guys have what? You got motive, right? It sounds like
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, we have motive.
You have means,
Yeah.
and that
Yeah.
he's dealing with access.
Mm-hmm.
You probably have opportunity. It sounds like
You
Yeah.
very much have
Most
opportunity
prostitution.
because
opportunity. Yeah.
he was in his room. Nobody else was in the room at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like,
Yeah. You just don't have like,
we just don't have hard evidence that it was him.
yeah. So you sort of what would need a confession at this point.
Exactly.
Um,
And I mean, our neural links, can they record?
Probably, but I don't think probably wouldn't record your psionic input. Like I think that would just be recorded as your thoughts.
No, like, I mean, like, if I might possibly do a probe or a suggestion,
Uh huh.
although those are very difficult checks, and I'm currently at a negative at that in
Uh-huh.
psi.
Well,
So,
when do you recover though? How it's like it starts after like 6 hours, 3 hours.
it's 3 hours.
Okay.
Starting
You
at
have
3 hours, I
4 more
gain.
days.
Oh, so what you're telling me is we could just wait an entire day, and or what is it? Wait,
I'm
4 hours.
just
Set
I'm just
set
relaying the facts as
go.
they fall as they fall.
We can go to sleep for the night, and I'll have all of my telepathic stuff back, and then we can
You can take a
possibly
long
do.
rest and get your spells back.
Hey, exactly. And then I could do a probe,
Mm-hmm.
which is uh, the application of great psionic strength and enable telepath to delve deep into the mind of a subject and then read their innermost thoughts. Questioning can be used in the procedure to force the subject to divulge specific information, and I can determine deliberate untruths.
Now we know why the Imperium hates scions.
Uh huh. But it is also a very difficult check, 12 plus, and it's only close range, so 1 to 5 meters.
Yeah, so you have to be right with
So
him.
yeah, I would have to do that.
And you're out of luck, aren't you?
No, I still have 2.
Oh, okay. Unless you guys have other ideas. I mean, that was your idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to force a confession.
We got
What
that.
do you
I
want with them? Torture him.
mean, we could just go and lay down all the facts. Like, we know he's been denying you promotions. We know, uh, like, he had the dagger in his office. You were the only one with uh, the availability to do it, unless it's a ghost. Also, we should probably tell Aguilar this, our suspicions.
Yeah, yeah. I think
Bef-
we stop by. We give her a rundown of what we found, and then maybe we do take the night rest, and then we come back to Martin the next day as like a catch up after we've did a day of investigation
yeah,
and
and
kind
then
of talk to him about what we found.
I could always do the read surface thoughts to start off with, and then because that would put me at a +1 for the read surface thoughts, and then once I use that, it would only be at a 0. So I could use my last 2 luck to get a +2 from that, and hopefully roll high.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
Okay, that is
So
so far our
relay
plan.
with Aguilar, get a good night's sleep, catch up with Martin tomorrow.
Okay. Guys, we want to cut to your catch up with Martin.
Yeah.
How is this set? Where are you meeting with him?
Uh, do we also want to have security possibly like alerted but not present?
I mean, we gave Aguilar the rundown of what our plan was.
Yeah.
Um, I think we would have probably told her where we were meeting at.
Did we want to do it somewhere kind of like public but private? Uh,
Yeah.
kind of like maybe one of the restaurants.
I don't know. See, I don't know if a restaurant we can really get to interrogating enough if we feel like we need to push it more hostile.
Would you rather do it in the office where his dead body is?
Not his office, but
I like in the area there. Definitely not the office because there's a bone gun in there.
how about the vacant stateroom?
Okay.
The vacant stateroom's the 13. It's not
Yeah.
attached to the suite. It's just a stateroom.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And that's
Yeah.
why I thought we'd use it because it's just not disturbing the crime scene.
Yeah. You guys also have your office that's set out for you upstairs.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we
I
can just
mean,
have him.
yeah. How about the
It's
office?
not an
Yeah.
interrogation room. It's just an office. Yeah.
And we'll
I
just
mean-
tell him we want to have a meeting with him to just catch up and let him know what we found so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it. Yeah, he arrives on time, looking
Yeah.
sharp.
I will let Gino do the talking while I read his thoughts.
Morning, Martin.
Morning. You said you found something.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, I just wanted to keep you. You know, obviously you're going to be close to this, so I wanted to keep you abreast of what was going on. If you wanted to have a seat, I'll just talk you through what we found.
Sure.
As you know, that was a Herculean knife that was found on him.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously the top 2 suspects that jumped out to us was Katerin and Bortai because we know that there's been hostilities there. We spoke to Bortai. She produced her knife, and
Right here, I'm gonna start reading surface thoughts.
Okay.
11, 12, 12.
Nice.
So, that's gonna be really good. I'm gonna read all his thoughts, and
Yeah.
then 1d times 10. That is another 6. So
Oh, for
60
me.
seconds. Yep.
So, she produced her knife, so it couldn't be her. She has her knife on her. Plus, she was at the union meeting. So she's got a ton of alibis. So, I don't think it's her. That obviously leaves Caterina, who
Good, it's working. That's just your monologues.
we investigated her room. Looks like she was trying to get out of there. Clothes were gone. A bag was gone. Jewelry was gone.
She couldn't look more
Jewelry
guilty.
jewelry makes it obvious that she had no intentions of coming back.
I'm gonna get away with
And
this.
and we know that Moshe was here, and we have spoke to her, and we know she ran back to him after everything.
My God, I'm a genius.
And she was surprisingly forthcoming with everything, even letting us know that Moshe had tickets ahead of time for him and her to leave, though she did not know about them.
Come on, he's not that stupid. He's got to believe that they were lying to her. Him.
Which, I mean, that seemed suspect that that would just work out that way.
There we go.
Um, so we did question her, and you know, it took a lot of pressing. We didn't get any kind of confession out of her, but she could not produce her blade, and she admitted that she lost it.
Mm-hmm. She did. Well, that's that's some pretty good information you got there. It sounds like I mean, what, tales old as time, right? They the mistress gets a little too gets her hand caught in the cookie jar and bites back. Is that what you're saying?
I
Careful
mean,
now, careful
that's
now.
what it seems like on the surface, but there's just one thing that keeps bugging me.
Ah, fuck. What? What's this? And what would that be?
The Herculean culture, like that is the to lose your blade is like the single most dishonorable thing that can happen to you. So even if she did in a moment of passion stab him with the knife, why would she leave it there?
Why would you
I'm,
leave it there? Why would you leave it there? He's thinking. And he's like looking at you and giving you the like pensive, boggles the mind a bit, doesn't it? Think, Martin. Think, Martin. Think, Martin. Think, Martin. I should have started your
I
timer,
mean,
but
especially when the knife leads us right to her. Like, I mean, I understand crimes of passion, but after the crime, normally some logic returns. And again, beyond logic, couldn't imagine she'd leave her blade.
think, Martin. Think, Martin. Think. And uh, it goes silent for you, uh, Lexian, as your 60 seconds kind of runs out. And he goes, it's, I guess in the heat of the moment, adrenaline's running high. People do stupid things, right? I mean,
Yeah,
surely
that's
you
what
must
I
know.
thought.
You're like a traveler, aren't you?
That's what I thought too, except for the fact that there were no prints on the handle.
Or he's just looking at you and slow nodding.
So, in a crime of passion, when this adrenaline's running high, she takes off running, leaves this blade that is more precious to her than life herself, but remembers to wipe her prints off of the handle of the blade that's clearly going to lead it back to her anyway.
Will you give me an int check?
At int?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna burn my last luck on this.
Okay. Yeah.
And that
Well,
will
it's
be an 11.
opposed.
What's that?
Well, you're nothing. 11. Cool. Okay. That's gonna you're fine. I didn't cheat you. You're good. Okay. Keep going.
So that just doesn't jive. Nothing about that jives.
What are you trying to say? He kind of like leans back in his chair and folds his arms.
That to me, it's obvious that someone is trying to pin this murder on her.
Because it's too obvious that she did it.
It's too obvious that she did it, and the series of events that would have been required for that to happen doesn't make sense. Like, I can follow that line of thinking all the way up to the point where the prints are wiped off the blade. That makes no sense. That's where I'm seeing the red flag that somebody's trying to pin this on her.
And who would do that?
It would have to be somebody close, somebody that knew what happened with Ershkan beating the crap out of her, as the bruises clearly show. And more so than that, someone with the knowledge that she had a fight with him right before she fled that night.
Like Iyuko.
Possibly. Possibly.
I kind of want to cast suggestion
Okay.
to get him to uh, confess himself. So a 12 plus, and it doesn't say. Uh, Hold on. There we go. It doesn't say anything about if it fails. So I'm guessing if it fails, it just doesn't happen,
Yeah.
and like nobody understands, but or nobody knows. But so 12 up. Uh, that bottom line there. The effect of the telepathy is 6 or more,
Yeah,
even
6 or
suicidal
more,
suggestions.
That's insane. That's crazy. I mean, I guess you have to roll an 18. Like,
Yeah.
you can roll an 18. It's like a lot of luck. You gotta spend all your luck. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
But I
So
will
hard
be
to
spending
do.
I will be spending 2 luck. So the lowest I can roll is a 10.
Okay.
Oh, here we
The
go.
lowest you can roll is a 10. Oh, because you're doing.
I'm
what?
using 2 luck, and because I already used 2 psi for read surface thoughts, I was at 9. Now I'm at 7, and I only have a +0. So
Oh, the lowest you can roll to succeed is a 10.
yeah, the lowest I can roll to succeed is a 10.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think
And
if he was a Scion, he would know, but other than that, no.
I rolled exactly a 10.
Okay. Gino, will you give me your I mean, are you doing persuade? Are you doing like what do you think your check is for this?
Would that be?
And what's your like final what's your drive the point home statement? So we'll yeah. Let's see. There's persuade, there is persuade, there is
Too bad
The
there's
only
no
one that makes
intimidate.
yeah, why is there no I guess it's I don't know, it's weird.
Um,
But my closing argument would be because he points at Yukio, and I'm sitting there going, yeah, Yukio. But Yukio has no interior access to the suite, and we checked the door codes. And everything falls in line with the timeline you gave us. There's no extra code, so there's no time Yukio could have came in.
Okay, yeah, give me the persuade check, and you've got, let's see, let's do this math. You've got a DM +2, a DM +4 for that successful opposed int check, because you kind of, if surprised, make an opposed int check to determine if the surprise works. And I think you guys surprised him by coming at him like, hey, help us out, and then turning the tables on him. But then a DM -3 to confess and check. So that's DM +6, DM -3. So you get a +3. But do you have an admin? Do you have admin or advocate?
Admin is a 0.
Okay. But nothing, that's just a positive DM. So it's 0 there. So you get a +3, a net +3.
And then is this with intellect or soch?
You can use. You use either.
Okay. If I use intellect, that's an extra. That's an extra.
You're weaving a logic.
2.
Yeah. You're weaving like a logic trail for him. I'll take in.
Okay. So that's +5 then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then. Insane. Yeah.
I rolled a 15.
Okay. And what is your suggestion, Lexian?
You see, I've been thinking about this, and I'm like, I don't want it just to be like, I should confess, or it'll probably be more of something like they've already figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way I could possibly get out of this, even with fighting. So
yeah.
I should just tell everything, and hopefully get a lighter sentence.
Mm. Yeah, you Gino, you drop this accusation on him, or you kind of like you make your closing remark, as you can see something in his eyes, like not kind of glaze over, but there's a little something going on at the back of his skull, like right at the behind his eyes, and he just kind of goes, "Everything I did for the good of the company." He was going to leave and give Ling so much information. So much. I did what I had to. I proved my loyalty to the company. I did. He's kind of shaking his head. I what? And we'll go dark. And we'll end the episode there. You got your confession.
Awesome.
Yeah. Good job, guys. Yes. I just wanted to, I had to share this. So this like adventure, I don't know what you call them, like mission or whatever. There are, I think, a total of like 9 or 10 potential suspects, like that you can bring people in, you can have them involved, you can not have them involved, and like it gives you information on how one person might have done it, so you can run it multiple times with like different murderers. But the one picture of Martin getting murdered is him getting stabbed in the stomach, and like, not to be morbid, but it's just his expression is just kind of goofy. So I just had to share this. So I'll leave you guys with that one. But yes, no, well done. Poirot, yes.
I didn't want to say I called it first, but
yeah, you said it right away, and I was like, don't smile. Don't smile. Yeah.
It's always the personal assistant.
Yeah.
It's always
Well,
the
yeah,
one.
and then yeah. There's like yeah. His wife is like another potential murderer. She could be there under an assumed name, and I was like, no, check it out. That's a lot. And Omega could do it. There's even like a that little tidbit about Omega being able to like erase memories. There's even a like 2 pages in the PDF about if you want one of the if you want Omega to have convinced one of the non-psionic travelers to be the murderer and how that would work. And I was like, that's like a 4 session murder mystery.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you guys solved it. You guys solved the mystery. Oh shit.
I am curious about who Omega is,
Yeah.
but
Me
I
too.
don't know if we're ever gonna come back here and figure that out.
You
So like,
might.
I don't want to ask direct up and get the information if we possibly come back
Uh,
here.
yeah.
I don't know. At
Yeah.
some point, we can just become detectives for this place because we
Hey,
just
that
run around
seems to be what
solving
we're doing.
Mystery. Yeah. It is the little town in the British murder mystery drama. Why are there so many crimes being committed on this station with 300 people?
Exactly.
But
That's like me and
no.
my wife started watching Ozark, and we've just hit season 3 out of 4 seasons, and like I'm starting to get petered out. I'm like because like I'm like they just keep making more problems for themselves.
Yep. Uh,
I understand that they have to have problems for a story, but they're dumb.
yeah. Well, let's see. I mean, at least for us to talk about, then we'll talk about everyone else. I don't know if. Oh no, actually, 2 weeks from now, I gotta go look at my. I'm gonna have to message you guys because I think the 10th. I think
Yeah.
my wife and I are taking my parents to a concert, so it might be the 11th. I don't know if that's Sunday. At least I'll ask you guys. I don't know if that Sunday is
Okay.
good for you
That should
too.
work for me, as far as I
It,
know.
I literally have nothing planned.
Okay, that's February. Let me go. Well, give me 1 second. Yeah, give me 1 second. Just gonna run and check my calendar so I can figure out what day that is.
Well, that was fun.
It was. I like that.
A fun little adventure for just two of us.
Honestly, I think that one ended up probably working best with just 2 of us, cause
Yes. Because we got it done in a normal session time.
yeah, and I felt like it
And
would have been a
yeah,
2 session thing
it definitely
otherwise.
would have been 2 sessions if it was all 4 of us here.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the 11th. Okay, cool. I'll put that down and then ask everyone this week.
All right.
Awesome. Well, hope you all have a great rest of your week.
Yep.
Yep. You guys
Yeah.
Have a
have
good
a good
one.
one.
Bye.
Later.